public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The Office of the Principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The Principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The Principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and KEG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow. It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care,
we serve.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being on time. I'm not going to mention provinces, but one of the provinces we were at started 20 minutes after the time. It was so late, and it's so refreshing, you know, to get people who are time conscious. Since yesterday, we started, ons was stiptelik gewees. We started right on time, and we really appreciate that. We have a very great day ahead of us. We are looking forward to a superb day. The lineup is quite exciting, and I'm going to ask us just for a moment to remember yesterday when we did the check-in. We spoke about a number of things. We spoke about climate change. We spoke about all of those things, you know, the hung municipalities, all of those things. So I want us to focus on our families this morning as we meditate, you know, then please remember the family and wish all of them the best. Shall we stand up for a moment of silence and think about our families? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. I'm just going to ask you one last thing, to look to the person on your left or on your right and tell the person, you look gorgeous this morning. You know, it's in the eyes. It has to be in the eyes. You've got to tell the person not only with your mouth, because we can't see you because you have, you know, a protective thing, but also speak that thing with your eyes. Look right in the eye of that person and say, you really look smashing this morning. Right. Thank you so much. How many times do we get to validate each other? Very little. You know, we don't normally tell people about good things. The world is full of negative things. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how are we supposed to do the recap? Now, the session that is coming, we want to give that session a very, very long, enough time, because the person that I'll be introducing is an expert and does her work exceptionally well. So I had to have 30 minutes of the recap, but I'm going to spend 5 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask in each group one person, and one person, just to say, don't discuss, just to say one thing that was an aha moment for you yesterday. One thing that, you know, said, my goodness, I was not aware of that. Oh my goodness, that caught my eye. Oh, that caught my ears. One thing, just one thing, because I don't want us to go too deep, you know, into discussions of that thing. We're going to be stealing a lot more time. I'm giving you 2 minutes to think about something which either the principal of the National School of Government said, or any of the presenters, or any of the discussions when we had discussions amongst our peers. Just one thing that was an aha moment for you. And remember, as a senior citizen, I have the power to volunteer somebody. When I look at you in the eyes and I see that the Spirit tells me to ask you, I will ask you. All right, let us start with the chief.
For me, it was that research done in, is it University of, is it in Australia?
Yes.
That research, the before and the after.
Oh, yeah.
That the spike was compassion.
Yeah.
We must have more compassion.
Beautiful.
That
Beautiful.
caught my eye. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Stephen. That is wonderful. Anybody else? What caught your ear? What did you think? Over to you.
A lot of things that were said yesterday made sense to me and made me look at things different. But what the lady that was sitting at the back made me think about yesterday was we went through a lot of things at the beginning of COVID and still go through a lot of things. But what really stood out for me was we don't really know what the doctors and the nurses and the frontline people really went through when they were through in the deep end of the sea. Yes, they were probably coached and mentored on what to do. But at that moment when things started getting out of hand, I can just imagine what they went through, and I salute them, all of them.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. A very notable thing, really. Anybody else? What caught your mind? What is it? There's a hand this side. What is it that that was an aha moment for you yesterday?
Resilience is not bouncing back, but bouncing forward. You move to a new position.
Excellent, excellent. Resilience, organizational resilience is not only about bouncing back, but it's bouncing forward. Thank you so very, very much. You've got to not only be able to do what you were doing before the disturbance comes, but you've got to be even much more progressive. Thank you so very much for that. Two last people. All right. I've got two lovely ladies here in front. We'll start with the first one.
Just remembered when the principal
Maybe you should use this one.
I'm remembering what the principal was saying when he said that we are the advisors, and also when he made the point that when it comes to taking interns, that we still also need to include people that doesn't have skills in the same skills as the department, thinking of in bringing in forward like the graphic designers, people that will help us with other skills that we don't have within the department.
Excellent, excellent. We've got to try to think of creating skills in there much. Thank you so very much for that. What the principal said, you know, when we advise, we've got to try to think about those very rare skills that are not there. And the lady next to you? I think she's the youngest. Maybe we'll end with her.
For me, it was the thing that principal mentioned yesterday about the equality when he made an example about McDonald's. So we must not take other people for granted.
Yes.
We must respect each other.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's give all the people who gave the big round of applause. Thank you so very much. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful lineup this morning, and I'm going to be introducing to you a colleague. She has joined us virtually, and I'm telling you, you are in for a treat. Her name is Dr. Salmuthan, and she holds a PhD from the University of British Columbia, Canada. The area of her study was globalization, democratization, and knowledge production in 3 higher education institutions in South Africa. She has over 20 years of experience in senior positions in local and international development programs. Her skills include policy development, leadership development, curriculum design, transformational learning, developmental evaluation, and executive coaching. Currently, she heads the curriculum design and trainer professionalization at the National School of Government, where she constantly explores new methodologies for enabling transformational learning amongst public servants so that they can contribute to the socio-economic development of the communities that they serve. Dr. Sal has a keen interest in participatory, indigenous, and decolonizing methodologies, citizen-centeredness, and social justice approaches to learning and teaching. Her ongoing purpose in life is to build a more humane society where diversity is celebrated and where our planet is protected. I'm sure she would have laughed yesterday when we spoke about protecting the planet and climate change and so on. She believes that before we can change others, we need to change ourselves. Now, as a former branch head of international relations at Palama, which is now the National School of Government, she initiated South-South public sector leadership and management cooperation programs between India, Brazil, and South Africa, and developed a capacity development program with the post-conflict countries of Rwanda, Burundi, and South Sudan. She's a founding member of the Council for the Institute for the Study of International Development, McGill University, and has been a visiting researcher with Wits University. She has also served on the University Council of the former UPE and the Rhodes Board. As a qualified coach, she has introduced coaching methodologies for designing cutting-edge experiential curriculum, pedagogies, and assessment for leadership and management courses. She introduced coaching for government to the National School of Government and has coached in the corporate, parastatal, and government sectors at the executive and senior management levels. Dr. Mthen believes in the transformative power of coaching as a learning tool. Now, this is her favorite quotation. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, which means a person is a person through other people, or people are people through humanity. Trust, respect, and a sense of humanness are central to my curriculum and pedagogical approach. Let us please give a warm welcome to Dr. Sal. Over to you, Dr. Sal. Thank you so very much. My apologies. We still just need to connect something that is not going on well at the moment. But now, let us continue with the conversation of what we learned yesterday. There are other issues that we might have picked up. I'm now opening up for the people who were closed out before the time. And Sis Rebecca will let me know when everything is in order. All right, you are now free to talk to issues that made an impact to you yesterday. What is it that was an issue that cropped up for you that meant a lot? Just to remind you, if you look at the program, we started in the morning with the principal showing us an excellent high-level executive presentation when he opened. And then it was followed by Dr. Thamsanqa Shezi, who is the PSTF Secretariat and a director. And then we had a keynote address by Ms. Koster. If you remember, she is in the Western Cape. She is the head of innovation, which is put in the DG's office. And then we had Louise Lepan, who was talking to us about the National Implementation Framework towards professionalization of the public service. And after break, we had reflections, and Dr. Malachi took us through, and then we were able to talk to a number of issues about the DG and the presentation of the DDG and the principal. And then we went on to speak about instilling a culture of ethical behavior, where our panel of experts, Mr. Mamashela, spoke to us about those issues on ethics and culture. Then from there we spoke about working from home, and we were joined virtually by Tanya, who spoke to us about issues on working from home. And then we ended with organizational resilience during COVID and beyond COVID, and we spoke specifically about its implications for leadership. Any other thing that you recall? Right, I'm going to volunteer people now. Go. All right. Somebody's oh, where? Oh, thank you. Go ahead.
I think for myself, one of the when the principal spoke yesterday morning, his opening statement for me resounded and resonated with me, because it links so directly to the work that we do and
Yes.
that my unit does. And so and I'll speak to that later in the day.
Yes.
But he said, if you are a frontline worker and you don't know how to use Excel, it was the simplest of examples. And what does that mean for us in government if our staff are not able to use tools at their disposal to make them more productive? And it was such an aha moment for me, because he encapsulated very much what it is that we do, and how those building blocks is so critical if we are going to move to where we want to be. So how do we speak digital transformation, for example, but we have all this foundational work to do still? And so that really resonated with me. In fact, I thought, wow, this seminar's opening with this statement. That was wonderful.
Awesome.
And then the other was the lady, Ms. Cohen, where she had, one of her slides was the relationship between, I actually took a photo of it, between the mission-driven state and productive work.
Oh, yes.
And just the link between that two. I hadn't thought of it in that way. And so I just, that for me was really something that resonated.
Wow. Wonderful. Stephen?
I just want to say Nez wasn't here physically yesterday, but she listened virtually. And she's a partner of mine in crime, and she will help me later with my presentation as well.
All right. And we really want to apologize for not giving the people who were virtually connected with us. We only realized towards the end that we have not opened up to the people who had joined us virtually for them to raise questions through the chat, or to even give them opportunities to ask questions. We really apologize for that. Thank you so very, very. One last thing. All right. One last person.
Thank you very much. I'm with Nez. She took words out of my mouth. But then just to wrap up what it meant for me also, the summary of the day, I don't want to talk about like each speaker, but I'm just saying the summary of the day for me, reminded me of a wonderful quote by Peter Senge, which reads as follows. In a learning organization, leaders are designers, stewards, and teachers. They are responsible for building organizations where people continually expand their capabilities to understand complexity, clarify vision, and improve shared mental models. That is, they are responsible for learning. And I didn't mean a leader in the sense of a senior manager.
Yes.
I mean a leader in the sense of an HRD person to take leadership for learning. That's what yesterday did, to rekindle that passion, that love for what you do, and begin to think of strategies of how you create a learning organization in the organization that you work for.
Wow, wow. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. For the last people that, that spoke, let's give them a big round of applause for that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the public sector, as senior managers, we are able to, to be as quickly agile and as ready as possible for any eventuality. Now we are unable to connect with Dr. Sal, but I am right away going to volunteer somebody. And the person must not say, because I have eyes, I can see when a person can be able to help us. And I'm introducing to you a colleague who's going to take over the same presentation. When he does well, you can blame that to me for volunteering him. Let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Shezi. Dr. Thamsanqa Shezi is a senior manager in the National School of Government. And he is one of the people that is steering this whole ship, taking us through all of these provinces, getting us to be able to talk to each other between the conferences. A gentleman who is well-learned and a gentleman who's always nice. You will enjoy him. Let's give a big round of applause to the PSTF Chief Secretariat, Dr. Thamsanqa Shezi. Over to you, Doc.
Very kind. Hello. Oh, it's on. Good morning, colleagues. How are you? How do we shift this, Rebecca? Do we have the? You just have to say next slide. Oh, we don't have the. Oh. Good morning. I've already said. Program director. As he said, I will try and do justice to this presentation by Dr. Sal. What's happening at the National School of Government? We're trying to build a system that will talk to ensuring that the facilitators that we recruit are well positioned to do the job that we want them to do. And for that to happen, we're building a system, a framework that I will discuss with you that speaks to how we seek to professionalize them. But I think there are questions that I want to start with before we continue. Rebecca, young sabotage. Is this the computer that we're using? Rebecca, it takes time. Oh. We are currently consulting on this framework. And within the spirit of consulting then, can I get someone who has a beautiful handwriting? I was volunteered myself, so I will be very quick to volunteer somebody. Who can write for us? We have a chart here. Thank you. Wow. Wouldn't it be nice if in all service-related issues we got public servants? I'll do it. I'll be there. Yes. You are ready for them to tell you what to write. What should be the criteria for selecting training facilitators? Rebecca, give it to any colleague here. They will do it. Don't worry. Anyone, Rebecca, please. Don't hesitate. In fact, all of them are ready. As I can see their faces. They are all ready. Even those who are looking at their computers, they are Googling this. They are ready. She's very ready. She's very ready. Oh, she says no. Next round. Madam? Oh. Yes. What skills? Communication. Behind you, Rebecca.
It is important that you are able to have good presentation skills and a good sense of presence as the facilitator.
A sense of presence, very, very important. A sense of presence. Be authentic, be present. Stephen?
Knowledgeable in your subject.
No?
Knowledgeable.
Oh, knowledgeable. Hey, masks have a way of making us pronounce things differently, you know. Knowledgeable. I couldn't hear what I was saying. Just as they hide our handsome faces. The colleague there, and then another colleague there at the back.
Okay, the facilitator needs to be able to interact with the delegates.
Being able to interact with the delegates. Are we able to check the communication with those who are working from home? There's a hand there. Let us know if there is a response. I'll start checking it.
I think you need to be able to be having the planning and organizing skills as a facilitator, because before you go and present, then you need to plan your work on time and organize everything. Thank you.
Planning and organizing, not like the teachers who used to teach us. You could tell when they've not prepared. They said, take out your textbooks.
Adaptable or flexible?
Adaptable and flexible. Okay.
I think listening. You must be able to listen as a facilitator.
Very important skill. Listening. Active listening. Not just listen to any noise. Active listening. Very important.
I'm not sure if you say mediating skills, but you must be able to act as a mediator in class, because I've been in situations where conflict was with the slightest wrong word would have sparked. So as a facilitator, you must be able to mediate the process between those learners in class, or even between the learner and the facilitator, because I've had some experiences with that as well, so yes.
Very, very interesting. Because you are mediating the learning experience, isn't it? Anyway, you're facilitating the learning experience. Okay, maybe let's move to the next question. What are their capacity building needs? How do we go about professionalizing them? How should we assess them? how should we monitor and evaluate their performance? How often should we evaluate their performance? Should we distinguish between training facilitators for lower and higher ranking officials or officials in occupation-specific positions? What's your take? You can take any of those subset of questions.
I'd like to talk to the A right at the bottom. Should we distinguish between training facilitators for lower and higher ranking officials or officials in occupation-specific positions? I do know that in the public sector, some high-ranking officials may be very territorial. And who is the facilitator? What are their qualifications? Why are they facilitating this course for, SMS level people, etc.? But if we go that route, then we do not respect the learning experience, because somebody who's not, on a level that perhaps a senior official is, may be a better facilitator and may be able to see the bigger picture and just not something from an exco level, etc. So that's the first part. And then for those in occupation-specific positions, yes, because some occupational needs are extremely specific. And if you take aspects like finance, etc., you would need people who are cut out for that particular area of specialization to be able to facilitate.
Just because they are SMS, it doesn't mean they know finances and everything else. Oh, absolutely. Any takers? Any takers?
If you look at the word facilitate, facilitate means assist, help. So the facilitator doesn't need to be a subject matter expert in some training. You need to facilitate the training, the learning that's taking place. Be the mediator or whatever you need to do in that class. But you don't have to be a subject matter expert, you just need to facilitate the learning.
Thank you. All right. Is that your hand, Stephen? Yes. Oh, okay.
Thank you. I think for me, when you look at capacity building needs, we should actually be looking at two things. Basically, their technical skills, the ability to facilitate in them. But I think for a facilitator, there are also soft skills, like patience, like all those things. So in terms of developing assessment tools for that, you need to be able to look at both, because you might have the best person who knows how to present and so on, but is disengaged in terms of the participant. And therefore, the experience of learning is lost in the process because the person is not able to connect with the beneficiaries.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thank you. I'm happy that there are moves now to professionalize facilitators. So I think that is important. Like any other profession, there will be certain standards to which they must adhere. And that professionalization will ensure that there are certain standards that are maintained. And then in terms of the assessment, I believe before you are assessed by someone else, do a self-assessment as well. It is also in the interest of lifelong learning. It's not only about being assessed by someone else, but also doing self-assessment and self-evaluation. And talking to the last one, I think there's an AABAA. I'm talking to the last A. I think there's a mistake there in the numbering. Distinguishing between lower and, I really feel if you are in the training space, you should be a facilitator. Whether you are a manager, whether you are not a manager, because it would also be in your own interest in growing. Otherwise, you stagnate. And so I believe that there shouldn't be, a differentiation there. Perhaps the occupation-specific positions, yes, I would go along with it. But in the interest of self-development, not stagnating, I think we should all be facilitators if we are in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, what do we do with trainers who do not meet the standard upon monitoring and assessment of them? Let's say kind people and hard people. That's when there's a hand there.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say, with this point, remember the government wants to develop people in the workplace as well. So if these people who have been assessed and found that they do not meet the standards, it doesn't mean that we should put them aside and look for people who meet standards. I think training them to meet the standards will make them evaluate themselves to see that they are needed to do the job and are valued in their voluntarily coming forward to actually do the facilitating job. Because when there is a need for facilitators, it means that there are a lot of people who need to be trained. And if there's a shortage of facilitators, it means that the training won't go on as planned. So that's what I think.
Thank you. There's a hand there, Rebecca.
Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, I think we all have developmental needs. So every trainer would have a developmental need. And as a manager, we will have to support that person. And I think Mr. Miti raised a question or made a comment earlier about first self-assessment. What is my growing areas? And as we almost develop those skills, it will always be evolving because the world is changing. A year ago, for example, I never ever did online training. Today, I can do training online. So we're always evolving, but the space must be given to the person also to develop and the support by the lead in the unit. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Colleagues, thank you very much. Those inputs are surely assisting us to consolidate our thinking. Yeah, I can sit now. Thank you very much, ma'am. Those inputs are helping us to consolidate our thinking around the professionalization of trainers. What we need to say, though, up front is that, this is a bit awkward, is that the framework we're talking to is not the overall framework that was introduced yesterday. Remember, yesterday we spoke about the framework towards professionalizing the public sector broadly. You remember that? Now, this one in particular speaks to the trainers at NSG that would have assisted the public sector to train public sector officials to do their work better. The other one speaks to the overall professionalizing of the public sector that was presented to us yesterday by Louise Lipan. This one speaks to the professionalization of the trainers. What we are saying, colleagues, is that we need to speak to issues of what would be the criteria to recruit them, select them, orientate them, endorse them. This endorsement speaks to the certification aspect of it. Manage, monitor, and evaluate them. We've already alluded to that in terms of the questions that we were asking. The gentleman there in front was speaking to issues of how do we then monitor, how do we then give them developmental opportunities, in other words, so that they are better positioned. Now, the presentation itself speaks to these issues. We will talk briefly on the curriculum approach at the NSG and how we deal with that. And the consultation is exactly what we're doing. Right now, as we go, that chart, we're taking it with us because it represents solid inputs into how you see this framework evolving. The roadmap thus far, in 2017, we began with a process which we call Rutanang Ma-Africa. Rutanang Ma-Africa, I think Rutanang, it's what, it's Sesotho? Yeah. Teach one another, is it? Yes. Teach one another. There was a call to the public service, to yourselves, that those who wish to assist the NSG and be able to be facilitators who will be deployed periodically over a period of 8 days, raise your hands in your areas of expertise. And indeed, we got colleagues who then expressed interest for that in 2020. And then in 2021, we are dealing with the screening of those applications so that they then are able to be brought into our books. And then also 21 to 2022, we are then developing this framework because we can't just ask people to come to the fore, but not assist them developmentally. Perhaps, colleagues, to understand this, how we are conceiving this, we believe that facilitation in any environment of facilitation, there are two very important aspects. The first aspect is you must know what you are doing, isn't it? The content, the subject. Then there's the delivery of that, the facilitation part. People who are very learned, they speak of you need to have knowledge. But then if they are very learned, they go further, say, no, there must be an epistemological orientation. Right all. And then they say you need to be able, the how now, must be able to facilitate. You must be able to deliver. But if they are very learned again, they speak of pedagogy. You see? So that what we are talking about, colleagues, is the marriage and the alignment. The marriage and the alignment between what we know, epistemology, if we are too serious, and how to deliver that. But if we are too serious, pedagogy, depending on how serious you are. How serious are you? If the occasion calls for seriousness, then people speak of the alignment between epistemology and pedagogy. The how and the what. That is why then we bother about having the framework, how to do it. Again, let me give you the context. The NSG has 4 types of facilitators drawn from different sources. The first source is people who we contract to deliver training on our behalf all over the country. We used to call those colleagues individual, independent contractors, IICs. Now, for some reason, we decided to be too learned again. We call them now panel of experts. So if you see against anyone's name, panel of experts, don't take them too serious. It's just an IIC. Kahle kahle it's just the IIC. But it's a serious panel of experts. That's the first group. We understand that group. We have many in the program, panel of experts. Hey! Those are IICs, that's number 1. Let's get to the second group of people we use at the NSG. We use people in departments. We've always been using those colleagues in departments to facilitate induction, isn't it, Stephen? Induction mainly, and some other course, but induction mainly, that's how it was entrenched. What we are doing with that cohort, we are now formalizing it to be, it was that expression of interest because they had to apply now. We are formalizing that. Otherwise, it's always been there, Stephen. Yes. Colleagues in the world. But then it's just that now we are saying we need people more than just IIC. Because then that would expose other colleagues who say, no, I'm in finance or I'm in HR, I have nothing to do with induction, but I want to impart my expertise. Do you understand? And in that group, that is the second group. The third group of facilitators are the people who are in universities, but those universities are contracted with the NSG. In other words, they run programs for us. So those facilitators then by default becomes our facilitators because they interact with yourselves on our behalf, obviously deployed by the universities, as deployed by NSG to do the work. Then we have, what group am I leaving out now? Then we have internal trainers at NSG. People at NSG who say, I think I can facilitate. That would be people like us, like Dr. Sal, like the rest of the other colleagues who say, I want to facilitate. We also need to then count them. Then the last group, there are very few, but those are what we call our fellows. The very experienced public servants, some have even retired from the public service. That would be people like Dr. Cassius Lubisi, who for 10 years was a DG in the presidency. You know him. So those are retired, mainly retired, experienced public servants who had served the public sector very well, and then they get selected to be part of the experienced cohort of trainers at the NSG. We call them the fellows. Well, these one fellows. The concept of fellowship in the academic fraternity is prevalent. So do you understand then? Now, Within that context of that broad array of facilitators, we are then presenting a framework that will begin to shape how we expect them to operate as trainers. As I've spoken about let's talk to that slide briefly. In brief, we are saying here, high quality materials would be rendered you need a good facilitator to lift up poor quality material. However, even if the material is bad, a good facilitator would be able to make it come alive. Do you agree? But the opposite is not true. You can have high quality materials, but at the hands of a poor facilitator, it wouldn't work, it wouldn't fly. The reverse is true. If you have a good facilitator, even if they are working with materials that are not so good, they would still be able to make them come alive. The NSG believes, therefore, that it's important that our rationale for building capacity for facilitators is that we want to build a pool of facilitators that would be able to lift and use our quality materials, even where we fall short, they would be able to fly. Hence, we bother with ensuring that we have standards, we are transparent, we build a transparent and a rigorous system, how we recruit, how we select, how we orientate and how we endorse, just certify, manage, monitor, and evaluate our practitioners. We need a system that is transparent and accountable so that we are able to say the facilitators in our books are in our books because they're able to meet these criteria, and how, starting from recruitment and them in the system and how we endorse and monitor and evaluate them. That is what we're trying to do here, colleagues. Yes. Of all the slides, this slide, I have a feeling is very important. It encapsulates the framework in its entirety. We begin with the trainer professionalization standards, operating standards, how we will recruit, select, the trainer development program. Once trainers are in our books, how do we plan to develop them? What are the developmental needs? Then we speak to issues of certification, the endorsement, where you end up with a facilitator and then you end up with a lead facilitator, for example. The differentiators, the trainer certification, the trainer management and monitoring and evaluation system that we want to build, and then how we then plan over time to professionalize the trainers. So that slide encapsulates all the key elements: recruitment, the selection, orientation, endorsement, the management, and the monitoring and evaluation. How they get in the system, how they are then taken through. If we're in HR, we'll speak of the career incidents of trainers and how that is managed right up to where they need to exit the system again, I suppose, if they are not performing. That slide is a different, it speaks to the same area put differently. Scope of application, I've already said, the framework will apply to all those categories. Remember the categories that are outlined of trainers, those who are who are public servants, and those who are instructors from HEIs, and those who are independent ETD practitioners, the panel of experts, and employees whose contract include the facilitation as part of their work. The last category, colleagues, the fourth one, is the one that I was talking about. When we issued that call for interest in 2020, and we received the expression of interest, how it will work when it finally kicks in. You will be released for 8 days to do work for the NSG under the guidance of your own supervisor, and the logistics will also be handled between yourself and your department. It will be the normal process of how you go out, your SNT and everything. But then the NSG then will deal with your DG, accounting officer to accounting officer, in terms of reimbursements and so on and so on. It's clear. In other words, you want to train on finance, and then you have expressed your interest, you get to NSG, we develop you, and then we assign you. There's 8 days in a year where you are then focusing on this work, and obviously you would have contracted around it as well. So you get managed as you would be managed. In other words, you go out to train wherever you're going, and your manager will deal with you accordingly. Accordingly now changes the whole tune. English. The moment I say accordingly, it connotes, hey, there's trouble now. So your manager will deal with you not accordingly, as they should. Oh yeah, as they should, in terms of whatever. But you get released. It's that simple. And then the reimbursements then will be between the NSG and your DG. So this is how we see this mapping out. But everybody, this framework will not exclude anybody. We are so serious at the NSG about trainer professionalization, so serious that this year, the PSTF conference theme is this. If you see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those are the people who are invited to the conference this year. We will be dealing with the art of facilitation, right? So it's serious. The art of facilitation. You're not hearing me. The art of of facilitation and trainer professionalization. The conference is a 2-day conference at OR Tambo, Radisson Blue. It's a blended. We have invited, if you are in any of those categories, you are invited. Unfortunately, this year, if you are in HR, we've been doing that for you for years, man. Give us a break. Let's Please. If you see, if you are in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're invited. This year, or additional to that list, we have invited SALGA facilitators. Who can guess why SALGA facilitators? Because of local government. We've just had local government elections. We are busy with them, trying to assist them in terms of the art of facilitation, because remember, they will be training councillors all over the country to get them ready to get them ready for 5 years to work, you see. I nearly said something I shouldn't be saying. To get them ready. Yes. Ask me after break what I wanted to say. The councillors, you see. So, additional to that list, we have SALGA facilitators, the art of facilitation and trainer professionalization. That's how the NSG is so serious about wanting to put our house in order in terms of anybody who meets the public sector facilitating on our behalf, whatever category. We'll meet with them at OR International Airport, 29 to the 30th, in a blended mode. I'll skip that one. Now we come to the curriculum philosophy. It's important to understand, because remember, curriculum, if we calculate and end up with materials that we use in the classroom, isn't it? So it's important to equally understand the philosophical underpinnings of how we perceive our curriculum, how we conceive our curriculum. We are very keen to go beyond knowing, the knowledge, the head, to integrate that with the present. Someone spoke about being present. Yes, the lady there. The emotional intelligence, because we believe in the classroom you have emotional beings, isn't it? And someone spoke about wanting to, as a facilitator, to ensure that you mediate training. And I think it was you, that you are able to mediate training. You can't be blind to the dynamics that are happening in the classroom. Excuse me. I used to see people drinking water when they're presenting, and I thought they're just being, you know. Now I know. It's just that even the way they do it, at times it's... Hey, people. Madam.
Thank you, Doctor. I just have a question. With this world that is changing and getting on board facilitators, how will NSG ensure that the course content, the material, is relevant and updated?
Very important. Very important.
Second question. Pre-COVID, everything was hard focus. Hello? Pre-COVID, everything was hard focus. And then, is there a system that ensures that, let's say, every year or every second year, the material is being researched and updated? So that is one thing I'm asking. The second thing is
The format.
the format. Isn't it cheaper to provide a PDF format or looking for, looking, sounds back, sounds forward.
You would have had Dr. Izzy's presentation yesterday, how NSG is agile in trying to take the digitization of materials and everything else forward. So indeed, that is already happening, ma'am. Obviously, we were caught off guard. As you would hear later in my presentation, we even now have a workshop on virtual classroom facilitation. You hear me? Virtual classroom facilitation. We're dealing with that now with it's a 4-day workshop, because we're trying to say to our facilitators, whereas the materials was geared for face-to-face training, whereas the facilitators themselves, the panel of experts, were taken aboard on the understanding that they would be doing this face-to-face. COVID has turned things upside down. They now have to go back to the drawing board, because it's not everybody who can do the virtual thing, the virtual facilitation. Remember, that also has its own dynamics. I don't know if you've seen in the social media issues where you see somebody with a sitting on a chair, wearing a wig. Excuse me, women, but that's what I saw. The person is wearing a wig, and the computer is right in front of them, and the lady is even wearing spectacles, right in the same room. And then there's a bed there. She is fast asleep. Do you understand? So that the people who are seeing, now, facilitators have to be able to manage those. Remember the fact that someone's computer is on and you can see them as a participant is no guarantee that they are actually there. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all those dynamics have to be dealt with. The person is fast asleep there and with spectacles, and it's very serious. So meaning everybody can see that, wow, he's attentive. Now, we've got to manage those dynamics going forward as well. So, the hands, we need to experience learning and then uptake in the workplace. You want to marry the head, the heart, and then you need also to be able to apply what you've learned at work. It's famously called the know, be, do, apply. That's our curriculum. Oh, before I move on, I was saying it's important that we understand how the curriculum comes in, the materials themselves, how they are part of our reading materials, and what we're trying to import, which then begins to say, if we believe, for example, all knowledge, I'm going to be talking about decolonizing the curriculum as a concept. Decolonizing the curriculum. The reading materials that your children have, it's very important that they reflect the African experience in Africa as well. Otherwise, it's self-negation. Are you with me? Are you still going with me here in this? I'm saying beyond just talking about how to facilitate, we also have to concern ourselves as NSG about the kinds of materials that we put out as instruments to be used in the facilitation environment. And a big area of our conceptual shift and frame of understanding is we need to decolonize the curriculum. For example, don't think of this even your kids at what you call. How would you feel if you were to ask your 2-year-old or 3-year-old, what do you want to be when you grow old? And then they say to you, ooh, I want to be a white person. Eh? That could very well, there's nothing wrong about wanting to be a white person, by the way. But as long as it is from an angle where they are seeing this white person doing decent work, why don't you want to be an Indian or a black person or a colored person? If it's because the textbooks that they see colored people stabbing one another, running. Hey, who wants to be that? You can't blame them, you see? But they see white people in posh Mercedes-Benz, briefcase. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Suburbs. Hey, and they see you guys running. Running after police. You know, post-apartheid, some of us are beginning to see began to see things that, you know, you get into the suburbs, it's quiet, people are at the beach, they are sipping champagne. Hey, you go to the townships, hey, what's time for that? Time for champagne, hey, run. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the imagery, the pictures, the methods of doing things, storytelling and so on, must also begin to affirm everybody, the Africanness, in an African context anyway, in an African continent. So the decolonizing of the curriculum then has to be understood against that background, where you say all knowledge is valuable. Angisho. All knowledge is valuable. Let me give you an example. What happens at HR if I come with a certificate from my Inyanga who says, hey, Dr. Shezi has to go an African initiation ceremony for a week, so he can't be at work. Here's my letter. The HR official looks at this thing and says, hey, get a proper sick note, otherwise there'll be trouble. And someone comes from a medical practitioner with a note that says he won't be able to be here because of a medical condition. Oh, yes, thank you. Fill in the forms. It's fine. What does that say? That begins to say the traditional medical system is not recognized here. The other is recognized. Look at what happens, simple things. You get into an environment, an old man there begins to say something, he's not likely to be taken seriously. You come in, they say, this is Dr. So-and-so. Remember, doctor has behind a certificate, which begins to say we value certified knowledge as against uncertified knowledge from our African indigenous systems. I'm planting in new ways of thinking in our daily practice in our HR environments. These days, when your child has to go to school and they are wearing, you know those African wreaths? They've slaughtered a cow for them for whatever reason. The teachers are likely to even cut the thing if then there must be a letter. But if they are wearing a bangle or whatever, it's tolerated. These are kinds of things we need to begin to talk to, including the imagery, what we put in our textbooks, pictures, ways of doing things, which begin to say all knowledge should be valued because there's value in it. Shifts in facilitation. The facilitator is not expected to be a preacher to give knowledge. Is expected to facilitate the learning experience. The focus is no longer on the what, but on the process. How we learn. How we learn. Because in the classroom there's valuable inputs you can get. You begin from that angle as a facilitator to draw from the what you call the learners. Death by slides. Instead of dishing out slides, you begin to use indigenous methods of storytelling, for example. Even the classroom setup, in proper facilitation setups, because this in itself tells a story. The story that it tells is that you have a professor in front of you who's giving knowledge, isn't it? Like in the church, you know, in the church, you can't ask a priest. It would be very awkward in a sermon. Try it this Sunday. Try it. No, it won't be awkward. No. Try it. Let him start saying, Amen, Bazalwane, da, and say, I've got a question. Wouldn't it be very awkward? Because his role by nature is giving, isn't it? And you are receiving. In fact, in church, they even say, I receive. And most of you have been receiving all these years. I receive. Let me warn you, please, man, receive, but do something so that you assist the receiving. I see a car for you. This year, I see a car. I see wedding. I see your things that were taken away. They are coming back. No, what they mean is those things will come back. You will receive them, but hey, do something. Or just sit there. So in church, you receive. Facilitation is not about that. It's about, because even the setup is about co-creation of knowledge, isn't it? We learn from one another, peer learning. Those are the kinds of things we want to encourage. No, it won't work. That is what I was talking about. Look at that. Look at those. You see the pictures, the pictures that we're bringing forward. You can. That picture says a mouthful. Even the people there, it can't be Jan van Riebeeck all the time. Jan van Riebeeck arrived in 1652, it's fine. Let's get beyond that now. We have our own people beyond the Jan van Riebeeck. Oh, he arrived here, by the way, isn't it? Yes, you are responsible for Jan van Riebeeck. He arrived here, you hosted him here. But let's go beyond. Authenticity. I like what you said about a facilitator needing to be authentic. The presence. that we're talking about. Facilitate, don't tell, don't present, don't preach. Allow interaction, in other words. In church, there's no interaction. You can't say, I've got a question, then you allow him to answer it. Then you wait 2 minutes. And I've got another question, you'll be kicked out. No, the devil is working with this child. Please. In the classroom, there are no devils. They've got a question. So, don't preach, don't. Very important, the last one, colleagues. Listen with, it came out here, yes. Listen, yes, I think it was you. Listen. That one is so important as in listen, listen, listen. Even in our daily lives, how often do we not listen? We listen so that we defend. Those of us who are married would know what I'm talking about. Even before the wife finishes, yeah, I hear you in the Western Cape. No. You haven't even heard what she wants to say, because we are ready to defend. In the classroom environment, the adults you will be facilitating, even in classrooms, it's very important if people were to just stop and listen. Be in the spaces where you say, I don't agree with what you are saying, but I'm prepared to listen, because it's a different point of view. Someone spoke about mediating the classroom environment. Some of those conflicts occur because someone feels that their knowledge is superior. In other words, their ideas are superior and the other one is wrong. Of course, as a facilitator, you'll always know when the other one is indeed right. But but there are ways of handling that, isn't it? You can't say, no, nah, that's nonsense. I knew, in fact, that next, oh, that's very bright. We got teachers who taught like that, isn't it? You must have sat in a classroom where a facilitator or a presenter or a lecturer would literally tell you in your face that what we are saying is just nonsense. They were none the less wiser. There are proper ways of giving feedback in ways that build. Just like, again, conflict situations. Remember those conflict situations that occur every end of the financial year when we do our performance assessments? Some even come with a knife. Put it here. Put the performance agreement here. Put the knife here. And say, there are 4s here. I don't know if you have a problem. You remember those conflict situations? Some of us are actually glad, hey, this thing is coming away. This performance, hey, those days, you would even organize a room. If your office is in the area where it's noisy, you want to go to a private space because you don't want drama. But again, you want a room which has cameras. Hey, no, this is serious. Public servants. Hey, performance assessment here, and the face tells you that this is a 4, all right? If you can't say a 4, there's going to be trouble here. You know? Then you think of your kids. No, it's not worth it. It's a 4. No, it's a 4. Communication, listening with respect. Hey, why do I get an impression that you know these things? Facilitator qualities. I won't bore you with the details here, but it's important. Let me zoom in on those. Roles. We have lecturers who lecture, we have teachers who teach, we have presenters, motivational speakers, awareness, preachers, mentors, coach, facilitator. It's different. It's important to not to confuse facilitation with any of those. Motivational speakers have a particular role they play. They would make you even touch a lion thinking that you have some powers to... Hey, motivational speakers. Someone was saying the other day, look, my problems need money. They don't need, there's going to be light at the end of the tunnel. It will be, when it is about to be light, there will be darkness. No, I need money, money. Please don't motivate me. My problems need money. There's going to be light at the end of the tunnel. Hey, motivational speakers have a way of, it's their job. Preachers as well. So facilitating is emphasizing the co-creation of knowledge. Draw from the learners. Let them participate. Let them feel included in the learning experience. Even the word facilitate, you merely are making it to happen. You mediate the learning experience. I liked what you said about mediation of the learning experience. Very important. That is how you need to be seeing your roles. And we will be doing that in trying to ensure that our facilitators are advanced facilitation skills. You see that one, listening with respect, it comes tops. Creating of safe spaces, dealing with conflict, because conflict will occur, but you need to be able to deal with it. Power to the people. Know your African context. I spent a lot of time speaking about the examples and how we then, through our materials, portray the African experience, decolonizing the curriculum. If you checked the books that were written earlier, even the pictures, your children's books, you will see a shift in trying to acknowledge the African experience. And in acknowledging the African experience, in turn, you are then affirming the African experience, and then people feel that they belong. Like I said earlier, if you asked us, we would have given a different answer if you asked what you want to be. Because remember, the reality that we see determines how we perceive our futures. What is desirable and what is normal. If you normalize other things and others are like, hey, this is suspect, I don't think I want to be like this, then you'll get a child who will give you that strange answer that I said earlier. So self-affirmation is very important. And then facilitators need then to operate in those spaces. This slide, you will get this presentation, it mainly speaks to the shifts. Emphasis being on how rather than the what. It's not about giving knowledge, it's about how that is packaged and how that is drawn from the participants so that there's peer learning and participatory inclusive processes as people learn from one another. From 2016, we've had a program on the art of facilitation, those textbooks. I think, Stephen, didn't you, I thought I saw you at the NSG. Yes, I was part of it. Yes. As early as 2016, we've had colleagues who were part of this advanced facilitation program, which we are now digitizing. To answer you, ma'am, we are now digitizing some of these programs going forward. As you can see that person, it speaks to what we are now trying to do. You see? You see him running away from this to that. That is what we are trying to do now. And the facilitators themselves now have to be assisted to be able to mediate virtual platforms in terms of delivery. The road ahead, the consultation, you are the last province, we are consulting on the framework. We're trying to then build the framework, and once we move on, we then would have this trainer professional development framework. We hope by the next financial year, come 1st of April, we would have our framework in place then, and we'll then be able to solidly say, this is a trainer for NSG, he's gone through this process, he's been developed, and obviously development then is a continuous process, colleagues. You can't say I was trained as a facilitator. Like I was saying, many years ago, we interviewed people, we brought them into our books. Then COVID came. Now we are busy with the materials themselves, but we are also busy with them as well, saying, come. Join the art of facilitation programs so that you are able to facilitate face-to-face as well as virtually. It would be nice if those who want to be facilitators would also avail themselves at one point or another for that program, Stephen, the virtual art of facilitation. It's a 4-day, but 2 days as in facilitated, but then there's also reading, background reading. I will send you the details and then you can disseminate. It's going to be very useful as your skills as you go forward. Reflection. We started with the questions. I think at this point, program director, this is where they either just clap hands or they give a standing ovation. I don't know. I don't know which one. I don't know. No, I think they want to stand. I don't know. Thank you.
I think we can do much better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Shezi. Colleagues, we are going to entertain questions when we come back from the tea, but we really appreciate Dr. Shezi for, I told you that, if he does well, you must give me a big hand because I volunteered him, and my volunteering was very, very good. I said, Dr. Shezi, please close the gap, and didn't he do it well? He did. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for tea. Please let us be back by 11, and I'm going to request that when we come back, my colleagues, Rebecca and Dr. Izzy, will take us through the next session when we come back. Please enjoy the tea.
Sunshine on my face now, and the gentle breeze drifts and offers a warm embrace. And the flowers too are smiling, calling me away to a far off and peaceful place. Such a peaceful place. Sleepless in my solitude, I'm overcome by the sense of peace that I now feel inside. Tranquility's a stranger in this life of mine. And suddenly I'm in the midst of peace I know. Sitting on the mountain, I look down to find that the sun has kissed the sea. The sun has gone to sleep now, and the moon and stars will keep watching over me. Land of blissful dreams, so it feels like home to me. Let it linger on, like the stars up in the sky. Essential time of peace, where the silence holds me close and frees my soul for to face another day. Sunshine on my face now, and the gentle breeze drifts and offers a warm embrace. And the flowers too are smiling, calling me away to a far off and peaceful place. Such a peaceful place. mountain. I look down to find that the sun has kissed the sea. The sun has gone to sleep now, and the moon and stars will keep watching over me. Watch out over me.
Welcome back, colleagues. Can we please settle in? Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Is it still good morning? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm using Johannesburg time, sorry. Good morning, colleagues. Welcome back. We're about to start with a session that is the core of the seminar. Without the session, we would not be doing justice. If you recall yesterday when Dr. Shezi was doing his purpose for the seminar, he indicated that the whole point of having the peer learning session is to share experiences, is to share our expertise. And if you also remember when we had the keynote speaker, she did mention that besides being innovative, we need also to tell our stories. So we are about to tell our stories, and I'm looking forward to hearing your stories. I'm only going to be here in front for a very short period. What's going to happen, we're going to have to break into group, but please, it's important that we still observe the COVID-19 protocols. I will not be responsible for anyone getting sick. We're going to have to break into 3 groups. Yesterday we had presentations, so we sat, we absorbed information, we listened. If you recall, we had a presentation about instilling ethical culture by Mr. Mamashela. We also had a presentation on organizational resilience, which was done by Mr. Khaile. It was in the afternoon, but I believe he woke us all up. If you did not take anything from that, you must be the wrong audience for the seminar. We also had a presentation which came virtually from Tanya Cohen, speaking about working from home, which is a subject that touches all of us now. Since the pandemic, we've had to adapt. So those are the topics that we want to zoom in. So I'm going to start by breaking us into groups. On each group, may I request that there is someone who takes down the points of your discussion, and then you nominate one person who's going to come up and represent your group. That's why I'm saying we are going to be listening to you guys. I'm giving you the floor to shine now. Okay. So one person to take down the notes, you'll decide. One person to come and represent the group. On my further right.
Before you do that, may I request that the last session, people did not have an opportunity to ask questions or make comments. If you will, I don't know if that opportunity will be given later, I don't know. But my suggestion would be some people might be interested to ask questions or
Certainly.
on the last session, because immediately after the session we went 14.
Certainly. I see Dr. Shiz is back in. We were going to start with questions, but because he was not present at the time, I thought because of time, let me continue. But I see he's here. And there is actually a first question that came via Zoom. Just give me a second. If you just allow me to start with that one, and then I'll open it up to the floor. So we are talking now about the presentation that Dr. Shezi made, trainer professionalization. If anyone has questions, they are allowed to. But Dr. Shezi, there is a question that came through via Zoom that says, how do we ensure that facilitators or trainers are also qualified assessors, especially when it comes to accredited programs and qualification? Because this is a challenge when it comes to assessments. Dr. Shezi, can I give you the mic to come and respond? All right, so that's question number one. Another one, colleagues, maybe on the floor, who would like to, regarding.
Thank you, Rebecca. Perhaps not a question, but a comment in relation to Dr. Shezi's presentation with regard to decolonizing the curriculum. it is so important that we also look at context as facilitators, and we provide opportunity for participants to share their contextual experiences. It enriches the lessons learned during the facilitation. That's the first one. And the second, we need to look at African-centered solutions for African problems. Very often, we look beyond Africa, and there are countries on this continent that are doing wonderful work in solving many of the issues we are grappling with. If you think of climate change, for example, and what our brothers and sisters further up north are doing. So I want to say in closing that we need to look at African-centered solutions for African problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca. I was part of the Art of Facilitation, the one that was provided a few years ago, but it's quite some time ago. Now, I'd like to encourage the colleagues in the room, those who are facilitators, to go through that program. Now, because of numbers, if Dr. Shezi, the numbers justify, and we have enough people in the Western Cape, we would then prefer for a facilitator to come down this way rather than for people to go up north. And then another one is there still time for people who are interested in becoming part of the NSG facilitators to apply? I know that the closing date was sometime last year, but I'm sure there could be people who are still interested in becoming part of the NSG group of facilitators. Thank you.
Any other questions before Dr. Shezi responds? Okay, you can take those three for now, Doc.
Thanks for the questions, colleagues. There was the issue of assessors and moderators. In the normal scheme of things, remember, being an assessor and a moderator is also part of a skill set, and there's a process to how you do that. In relation to the programs at NSG, if a program is accredited, obviously we will use a facilitator who has that competence to deliver the program, because then you have POEs and all sorts of processes that follow that. That's how we handle that part. The other one was a comment on using solving African problems with seeking African solutions. The point we are making, colleagues, it's important that we are on the same page here. What we are saying is that we're trying to say all knowledge is valuable. Perhaps that should be the point of departure. There should not be any hegemonic tendencies. Big words. There should not be a view that says my knowledge is better than yours. We need to begin to be embracing all knowledge systems, because out of that we learn. Are you with me? If we have that as a point of departure, it shouldn't be African indigenous systems and ways of doing things are inferior, and Western ways of doing things. We should, in my view, approach it as saying we can learn different strands from this. There's value in this and that. I'll tell a story, a short story. I think I read someone saying they once asked Mandela how he learned his leadership style. The story that he related was he would go with his grandfather to the Inkundla, where where issues are discussed, the group. And what he saw is that his father would not first say what he thinks and wants and give direction and so on and so on. He would listen. Everyone would have their input, Do you see the inclusive, the participatory, inclusive nature? Only then would he engage. Because remember, as a leader or as a facilitator in any environment, the moment you begin to give credence to that viewpoint, others may feel silenced, or they may say, if he agrees with that, let me keep quiet. Ever been in those situations? Because you see the facial expression of the person. But if you can master the art of just listening, without even showing that you agree or disagree, just listen, then you're drawing from people. Only after that you are then able to. Now, that's very important from an African perspective, which doesn't say, by the way, other ways of doing are wrong. You want to learn and embrace all, and then you grow. Look at the confusion we have, for example, in our PMDS. We speak of issues of teamwork. No, you must work as colleagues. You must collaborate. This is a team effort. You see? African ways of doing things. Team effort. Then when we assess, we are suddenly Western excellence. Four. You must stand out, chief. Do you have group assessments? When PMDS? No, you don't. Hey, it's every man for himself. When we're in front of that supervisor of yours, you see, for example, did you see how the PSTF was successful? I wrote the minister's speech, I deserve a 4. And then you look him straight in the face. It's the I. Where is the we? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? There's nothing wrong in individual excellence. We need to encourage that, the individual excellence, but we also need to marry it with the collective, we, us, kind of. But in doing that, it must go right the way through. It can't be at assessment time now suddenly individual. But when we're doing the work, all of us, which is why then you get colleagues who would say, when you say this is a team project, they say, team project, my foot. We are pushing your KPIs here. Because somebody will, and do you understand? These are the things that are with us, also in the public service. Even our instruments that we use need to be integrating and that is what you as HR practitioners, when you begin to change agents, that you need to be talking about these things. How do you then begin to change these things? Because we do it even with our kids. We say, no, but why can't you be like next door's kids, man? Be successful, be this. And they're watching you. And one day they will tell you, why can't you be like Prentice Motsepe yourself? You are a disappointment. Yes, they will tell you. Actually, you tell them to be like so and so, achieve. And I tell you, hey, but Dad, I saw Prentice Motsepe. I would really have loved for him to be my dad. Why can't you, man? Look at the car you drive. You are a disappointment, chief. Actually, they are comparing you with adults like you. You see? So these are the kinds of things we need to be, the individual, the collective, and begin to have even instruments that talk to that. You marry these things as you go on. So lastly, the call for interest. Yes, Chief, it's still, but we'll send you a link where you can express your interest. Rebecca, please remind me. We'll need to send them a link, that expression of interest link. Thank you, colleagues. Let me hand over to the facilitators now.
Art of facilitation, can they?
Yes. The art of facilitation will be encouraging that going forward. Even that virtual thing, we'll engage. Let's talk as through the academy how best to handle that going forward, to assist facilitators to be professional going forward. Thank you very much, colleagues. Any further questions? I know where you live. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Shezi. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Okay, so we're going to move on to the group discussions. I was still indicating that we are going to zoom in into 3 topics that were already discussed yesterday. We'd like to get your views. So basically, what's going to happen as a recommendation, we want to understand, you are coming from various departments, what is the current status, what have been the challenges, and what are you recommending? I am going to put up some suggested questions that you can zoom into. We don't have too much time. We have about 15 minutes of these discussions before we come back and present. So on my far right, this is going to be group 1. If I could have their slide so that you just can see what are the questions. You are going to be on discussing the topic on instilling ethical culture, behavior, what's the role of HRD. I've put up some points there that you can discuss. What's the current state in your organization? How well are ethics put into practice in the organization? How well each individual adheres to ethical behavior? What initiatives will your department or province implement to promote visible ethical culture? You can stick to these or you can add, I'm leaving it up to you. I am going to go around and Dr. Izzy is also going to be outside. I'm gonna call that group working from home because I would prefer that one group stays in the room on the further right, the other group can stay on the further left, and then one group will go onto the room at the back. So this is group 1, instilling ethical culture. You can take this down, take a picture. If you are BBT, like they said, write it down, whichever way you prefer. And then this aisle here is going to be group 2. Before we move to group 2, have you gotten the slide? Can we move to group 2? Group 2 is going to be discussing organizational resilience. You already engaged with Mr. Khaile. You saw how he facilitated the session yesterday. But what can we do for our organization to be resilient? We see the times that we are working under. What type of leaders do we need to have? What role can you play in your organization? So these are the question, what is to be done differently moving forward? What are the labor relations implications and policy changes required now and beyond? And what is the HR role in defining how and where work gets done? So those would be your focus area. But like I said, what is the status quo? What are the challenges? And what are your recommendations? Okay. And then we move to then group 3. For group 3, I'm going to ask this row together with the further left to be group 3. You will decide, I'm not sure which group is going to go outside, just because once you start with the engagement, you would see the interaction, the excitement. I'm taking it from previous provinces, and I trust this province as well that the participation will be the same, just so that our voices, you know, we don't overshadow each other. One group could be outside in the other room. So they were going to be discussing, if we can move to group 3, working from home, which is something that we are all familiar with now. Since last year, from the time we had lockdown 5, had to be working from home, how have we managed that? What have been the challenges? What other resources do we need? What skills do we need? And moving forward, are we actually going to reset button, or are we going to continue? How do you monitor individuals as they work home, and so on? So are we geared for these changes? What structural adjustment will be required after COVID? What are the labor relations implications? And how will we monitor implementation and evaluate results? So colleagues, we don't have much time, as I indicated. It's now 11:33. If we can please break into our groups, I'll give you up until 11:43 for us to come back, and then we have these discussions or presentations. I am going to go around for questions for clarity, and these are just guidelines, as I indicated, but it's your time to shine. Thank you. Group 3, I'm concerned. Are you working from home? I don't see any movement.
My voice
Oh, no, it's fine. I understand.
this principle spoke about how we look at citizens and we put them on scale, because this one is so and so and this one is not so and so. I think one of the things that need to change in the mindset of all of our service officials is to understand that a citizen is a respected client of the state, and we have to change our mindset, because if we can be able to change our mindset in terms of looking at the citizen, we're all going to be able to change the mindset of looking at ourselves and looking at our supervisor, because sometimes you will see that because you have a certain level of appointment in the organization, you are looked at as somebody who is invalid or doesn't really matter, and there's no respect for you. For instance, you will be in a meeting that you set up, and then you will be called out of the meeting because somebody else who is deemed important or a priority is calling you, and you leave the clients in the meeting or you leave people in the meetings because you've been called. So these are the things that need to change. And if we just stick to professionalism so that we may be able, and we cannot do it because these are charity building at home, so we cannot be able to be out there to the clients if we cannot be in the organization.
Because I think so many politics then also infrastructure because how and what we change it for I might go the other way. Whilst I know the rules, but how do we monitor and make sure that we are all in the same page and we are all live with the if you were to put it in that way, which is sort of a very difficult organized request that might be monitoring and fine, but it takes a ethical lesson to do the right thing. I'm finding more and more communities like how far would you want to come back and what you don't, and I'm finding more and more people work as well as some elements. So you can double that. I think I'm still probably policy science and I think more flexibility in the structure of organization. That there needs to be flexibility in terms of people coming into the office, also how and what their roles can look like. So whatever you say, I'm going to come up with a form of models. I can say maybe each department different, but I can just put it on very much. It cannot be ethical at some of flexibility. Ethical at work and at home, you needs to be considered as part of it. It comes from your policy. Flexible integrity or the core values like would you perish of the design of the organization and at work coming to play? You think you must learn
There should be a change in the organization, because even if you happen to be working from home, you have to go to office. Obviously, the spacing now is not the one that is supposed to be. So definitely, you also do that. You know, so it's just looking at space.
Are you watching me now? I know. What time is it? Like sending a submission. For the pictures, you don't need to show good. Knowing that you just find out
that's mindset change. If you can, because it is only the mindset of that causes the whole other problem. When that mindset changes to say, look, we can do this, this is how we can do it, and of course public participation and making sure that everyone should buy into the vision, it would be easier for some of the challenges that we are now noting to be resolved without any conflict. But also I just want to tap into something relating to flexibility that she mentioned. You know, the other problem that I find in organization is that we understand the concepts differently. And when an organization is not able to say the concept interpretation and understanding, and I want to impose it on you, and that is not what you do. So it is important that we come to a space of real communicating and sitting down and breaking everything from history so that everybody can feel. If my I say I am flexible. If I say this is what I'm doing, and then we are able to then agree on performance, because really it will create a lot of problems. There's many words in discussion.
So if I can just paraphrase what she says, there must be a relationship between the new thinking and the communication. And that will hinge on the next part, which is policy development. What policies need to be written and enforced in the organization, so that everybody understands the same. Yeah.
just going to change it. We wish we could change the community and the way people think of that. It's not government authorities are not speak about that. What government people are working. There's this and there's this and there's so much positive things that they you see how the role of our communication. So but also when you how to so I think
Thank you, colleagues. Just as the other two groups, I see they're done. Thank you. But as we do that, let's just give them group 3 just 2 more minutes. Is that okay? Please. I was hosting, there was. Group 3, unfortunately, we've run out of time. Thank you, colleagues. Let's go back to our seats so that we can proceed. Just to get some feedback before we start presenting, how was that experience for you? Challenging. Okay, what are others saying? The juices were flowing. I was walking around, I could see. Even the people who were dead quiet yesterday were contributing, and that's the whole point. I like that. Okay, we're going to start with group one. Group one, you are ready? Group one is going to be giving us feedback on their views. They're going to be relating their story about how we can instill ethical culture. What's the role of HRD practitioners in terms of instilling ethical culture? Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause.
Good. Can I say good morning again? Oh no, no, it's good day, because it's in the middle of the day. Colleagues, I'm Sibulele Somzana. I work for Department of Premier in the HRD unit, People Empowerment. Our conversation was based on ethical behavior in the workplace, and also the experiences that we experienced during the lockdown and how we managed to be ethical while working from home. According to my group, we understand that the department has principles that they put in place in terms of ethical behavior, meaning that we have respect, we have innovation, we have competency and caring and accountability with an integrity involved in it. I'm not going to recall all of them at the moment because I'm nervous, as you can see. I have to say that, you know, it's not easy. So we try by all means to practice those values, and also on top of that, we try to make sure that everyone understands it. I think it's throughout the Western Cape government. It happens that everyone must be aware of them and know them, meaning that in making sure and also for us to report back that our people know it, we have a background computer-based system where it actually makes us not to change the background of our system. So those values, those core values are actually displayed in the backgrounds of our laptops and desktops and all of that. I'm gonna go through the notes as well here so that I don't miss out on any point. To actually show out that we are actually practicing all of those values, we have clean audits that actually have been distributed in the nation as well, that the Western Cape government is actually doing its work, and the ethics that they have are shown on the audits as well. And then the other thing that is not really trying to show out that our ethics are working in government is the media. If we can change the narrative of the media and show the media that it's not really about showing the negative side of the government, but to show the positive side as well, it would equal the negative and the positive. Actually, there's pros and cons to everything that we do. So I think the media is always trying to show the problems of the government and to show the achievements of the government, which is not actually equal, meaning that they are trying to sell things, the information that is negative to the community instead of selling it in an equal basis. There's also a place where we arrange meetings in our workplace where there's problems that appear where one feels that they know a lot of information and try and not give out what is the problems that can be resolved in the workplace. Meaning that there's a word called can I delegate? Willful blindness. Yeah, that's the word. Where one person knows that there's a problem within the government that can be resolved, but they tend to keep quiet and be reserved and don't want to give out the information because it might impact maybe the manager, and the manager might have a negative impact on what they do in terms of going on with the process that they want to achieve. You understand? So ethics are a very important thing to our operational work as well, because based on our systems that we monitor our work with, we kind of metaphorically have ethics in that, because achieving the key result areas of the performance mean that one has to practice ethical behavior as well, in making sure that they achieve what they are supposed to achieve. There, at the moment, I'm going to leave it at that, and I would allow questions if that is possible. I'm not sure, because I believe that questions also help out to, in a way, to answer some of the questions that are needed to be answered at the moment. I'm not sure, Speaker, if you're going to allow that.
Let's give him a round of applause for representing Group 1, colleagues. It's not easy to come up and present. As you can see, I'm also very nervous. Does it show? No, I'm very nervous as I'm here. So it's not easy, but he's done well. I am going to give an opportunity to the group first, if you want to add anything in your discussions that you've had that might have been left out or that you want to add. I'm also going to ask if there are any contribution from the chat box on Zoom on this particular group on ethical behavior, if we can just check that whilst we allow the floor as well. Does anyone want to add on this topic, ethical behavior? They've touched on a number of points. One of them, which I think needs to be applauded, is the fact that the Western Cape has received clean audits. I also like the fact that he mentioned that the core values are displayed, so no one can say they do not know. They are there. It's a matter of the accountability as the part of the values, the integrity and the responsibilities in terms of implementation, but as a starting point, them being visible is very important. And then how we implement and how we monitor then follows. But the fact that they are there is a good start. Also, they mentioned the narrative of the media being negative and wanting that to be changed. I guess most of the time the media does focus on the negative. Hardly do we get them focusing on the positive. Do we have any questions there? No questions there. Okay, we do have an additional one.
Thank you. Maybe just a comment, and maybe my own experience is with regards to awareness. The Provincial Training Institute, we offer a course on ethics, but another course also offered is by the National School of Government, which I actually completed in the 21 days of lockdown. And it's actually a very good course, and I would really encourage each one of you and also your teams to do the course on ethics in the public service. It's an online course. It's part of the open programs offered by the National School of Government, and I would really advocate that to the team here. And he mentioned in terms of willful blindness, and it's a concept that I read up about recently, and as he said, it speaks to what should I know, and ought to have known, and decided not to know. And sometimes we engage in meetings, we sit in meetings, and there might be something that we know that is not ethical, but we make that decision not to know, or to keep quiet in that moment. And that's the challenge maybe for each one of us as public servants. Yesterday it was very clearly made to us that, you know, when people were retrenched, when people have lost their jobs, we still got paid. You know, and we're in a very fortunate position, and I want to go back to that servant leadership, that we are public servants, and we speak to that ethical behavior in our conduct every day by working, and sometimes it's very basic, that ethics. Do I work an honest day? You know, it doesn't have to be complicated terminology. Do I put in my 8 hours? Do I go the extra mile? Do I take longer lunches, you know? So you know, we have to make it very practical for people, you know. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay, just to add on that, I think whilst we were discussing that as a group, it actually came to a point where we even touched that as much as people can, they can actually know something wrong, they just prefer to keep quiet because they're afraid of being victimized, and they're afraid of even jeopardizing relationships with the manager. And I don't know how we can actually try and like remedy that, because most of the people know something, but because of that, they just prefer to just keep quiet, just for peace sake.
True. I think starting with the points that the gentleman made, colleagues, I was mentioning it on the group when they were discussing that even when the president speaks, he doesn't end without touching on ethics, because this is a very relevant and key topic in our country. He's even mentioned and encouraged public servants to take out the very same course that the gentleman was speaking about, that the NSG offers online. It's an ethics course, so he also advocates for that cause. So I really like the fact that he's brought it out. In fact, I would like the gentleman to cross the floor to the NSG and be the ambassador of this. Okay. If there's no more comments and additions to this group, let's give them, they've done well, let's give them a round of applause. And then we were going to move to the group that was working from home in the other room. The group 2 was doing organizational resilience. If their presenter can come up, let's welcome them.
Thank you very much. I must add that I wasn't selected because of my skill capability, but because I'm the brightest. So our group, it was really hard because there was such a lot of ideas and thoughts flying around, so I tried to capture it as best I could. So I'll start with, in this VUCA world, we need to remain relevant, and I need to add, I know when I started in the public service, the acronyms that flew around threw me out completely. So VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. We need to remain relevant as we are now in a world of exponential change that is rapid and increasing with time. We need to prepare for various dynamics of change. We want to ensure we are engaging our business service delivery model with increased agility. We need conversations on financial resilience, where you have in place the necessary contracts and identify legal loopholes that need to be filled and where things need to be shifted. Operational adaptability, you have to have resources in place for flexibility of processes. What is our technological capabilities and capacity? To what extent are we upskilling our workforce for a digital era? And on that, we also did mention that we need empirical evidence, a skills audit that not just looks at the digital needs, because there's also a requirement for soft skills to drive service delivery, and we won't know this until an assessment of skills is done. And we also spoke about job descriptions that are outdated that needs to change, because this generally does affect the skills audit. And it is outdated due to COVID, because our skill sets have changed and the work that we do or how we do work has changed. Then cultural, this is a massive transformative culture with distinct cultural elements. Because of the public sector, the environment is a bit more challenging to think through. You need to bring teams and leadership together in a space to think about futures of a VUCA world. We also mentioned that there needs to be decentralized decision making. We need to create a platform where we are now better equipped to handle the next crisis. And we are working smarter and not harder. We also need to review the service delivery model. That's all. I don't know if my team members have anything to add. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Group 2. They're speaking about agility. This is the word that we've had. We need to be adaptable, flexible, move with the time. They also mentioned the skills audit and public service terminology. I could relate because I was coming from the private sector when I joined the public service. The terminology that is used here, but you get to adapt, I guess. Decentralized decision-making, guess we all agree with that. Is there any further comments, additions to the group, to this topic? Anyone from the chat? Nothing from the chat. Okay, let's hear it for Group 2 then, colleagues. And then we are moving on to the last group, not least, that needed even more time. So I'm really looking forward to this. We might need an hour for this presentation, I suspect, but it's okay. We want to learn. We want to share these experiences. So let's welcome Group 3. They are talking about working from home. A round of applause, colleagues.
Okay, I stand here as the representative of Group 3, and doing the feedback, but I will ask the colleagues from the group to also support, because as the other groups had reported, there was so much interaction and engagement, and trying to capture that and the complexity of the discussions was challenging, I'll admit. You can see that I have also gone old school. In this digital transformation age. So our questions, the first question that we answered, are we geared for the changes in terms of the work from home? And the short answer to that was no, we're not. So because in many ways, yes, we could work from home, but in terms of our workspace, technology, resources, and mindset, as we stand now, is the way we did it as a response to an emergency, is that actually the way we should be doing it? And no. And the reason for that is we had to set up within an emergency situation, but it was not ideal. And there are all sorts of things when you have a home office that is not taken into account. For example, the tax implications of working from home. So you can claim from from SARS regarding that the fact that you've now set up a home office, but to that is the idea that if you do that, either the value of your property declines or is lowered. So that's something that I learned here. I mean, I didn't really know that. So it devalues your property when you do that. And then also, in terms of technology, not everyone is set up from a technological point of view to actually work from home. And even if you are, remember, you're not the only one working from home. So you might have family members who also need to be working from home, and the conflict, because everyone is sitting in meetings, and children also need to be doing the online schooling and so on. And then, are we resourced? Are we really? Some people might have had desktops at the office. Now they need laptops. Some people not on cell phone contracts. They don't have data. And those costs have to be borne by the employee. And so that alone is quite significant. And then in addition to which, our mindset, just the change in mindset in terms of working from home. And there we had delineated that into the employee's mindset, the line supervisor's mindset, as well as the employer. And so can we really say that everyone's mindset is geared towards working from home? The employee might say, no, but I want to, but the employer says, no, no, you must return back to the office now. Okay, and then, so my team colleagues are most welcome to come in at any time if I missed anything. Then what structural adjustments need to be made? We spoke about the flexibility that that working from home does allow, and in terms of all the working arrangements that go with working from home. Then also in terms of organizational design and the way so from an organizational structure point of view, there has to be some kind of flexibility around that as well. One example that was cited is previously you'd have to run after people for getting submissions signed. We all know this. This is the story of our lives. And why not then have a biz hub where all those documents and so on can be populated? So that will just help in terms of that structural adjustment. And then there is the issue of compensation for working from home came up as well. I'm not sure whether that was under structural adjustment actually, but we did discuss the fact that so when you work from home, there are certain costs that you are now carrying. Your electricity, printing costs, and data or whatever, so on. And so we looked at who carries that cost, who's going to compensate you for that as an employee. But then the corollary to that is the fact that, but your transport costs have decreased significantly. And at the end of the day, it may very well be that that balances, that there's a balance that is struck so that you come out even on that. And the issue around communication is also critical as part of this whole notion of this organization now that's in your home. And how is the communication between this, what are the communication protocols around working from home, the new way of thinking? And does communication in that environment and within that new space, are those protocols then in place? We've all been there, where you really needed to be communicated with, or you needed to send out the communication that is really critical within that, and it just didn't happen, and the chaos that creates. I'm not sure if anyone wants to say anything about that further. No? Okay. Is that a question? Comment?
Thank you. My apologies if I was jumping the gun on the
No,
questions part of things. I just wanted to know what the group's recommendations are on the labor relations aspects in terms of the policy development. For example, what are the views where you would have one of your employees working from home on the remote working schedule? And now the organization actually requires the person tomorrow to come to work, and you want the person to report to work as a manager. What are then the implications, or what are the recommendations from the group on that kind of a scenario? Alternatively also, if you have an arrangement where, and I know some offices actually have, especially the service delivery front-end offices, they would have arrangements where some of the staff would be on standby for emergency situations. But then you'd find resistance from some of the staff where they refuse to return to the office where they are on standby. Where they are recalled as a matter of urgency. So let's just say there's a crisis in the office and tomorrow you are required to be at work, but the staff does not report in for duty. What are then the labor relations implications and the recommendations from the group on that area, or has it come up in the group?
I don't think that our discussion was at such a granular level, because that's really digging down into it. What we did say, because that was our third question, the labor relations implications and policy requirements. And what we said was the basic conditions of employment stand. And so that also governs the IR process. And now with working from home, there are all sorts of permutations that our current policy does not necessarily address. I mean, you've raised some of them. And what we agreed as a general rule, and really not going into that kind of detail, but is to say that there has to be an accompanying policy adaptation, so that whatever the various scenarios are, that it can actually be covered by the policies. But if the agreement, I mean, this is not just me speaking and not with the group, but if the agreement is this, and the employee does not adhere to that, then our employee relations processes would need to kick in. Just because you're working from home doesn't mean that all that is then disregarded or thrown out of the water. So that is, and that becomes a management issue. That needs to be then managed by the manager, supervisor, whatever. So you can't get away from that. Whether you're working from home, whether you're working at the office, you just can't get away from that. Even though the policy might not speak to it, it still becomes a management issue. So that's just my 2 cents. But what we said was that the basic conditions of employment, yes, that also there should be, working hours should now be regulated in the sense that we don't end up working 12 hours a day, because that very easily and routinely happens when we're working from home. And those working hours should be regulated to ensure that there is that kind of balance between what the employer needs done and what the employee can deliver, and the hours and the times in which that can happen. And there should be those kinds of boundaries as well. The issue of the occupational health and safety came up because when you're working from home, the employer requests or is expecting you to work from home. You're not making the request. So then it means that if you are injured in your home office, then our occupational health and safety processes and legislation should kick in. But we, in our discussions, I think I certainly am not sure about that. But again, logic dictates. And then also all of this is premised on and based on trust relationships. And so it is, if you have strong trust relationships, then already many of these kinds of knotty problems can be dealt with because of those trust relationships that exist. And you know that these become very, very knotty because possibly because policy might be silent or so on. Okay, so and then lastly, monitor implementation and evaluate results. What we've said is that we need to be intentional about managing processes. So we need to be intentional about managing all these processes, which also includes policy. We should be output driven, because when you are working from home, it may very well be that the output that you are expected to deliver, you are going to get to that output in a way and at a time that is not governed by your normal working hours. And then we need to be looking at our policies and having that kind of process where we're looking at what the requirements are, what the policies are, and how do those meet. So that is it from my group. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. To Group 3, we have another comment to add on.
Thanks, Rips. I just want to add to the response that no law, no policy will cover everything. Hence, even laws are amended as the need arises, and even policies are amended as the need arises. Somebody said yesterday, we fix the plane as it flies. For example, the issue of trust is very important. There's also the principle of reasonableness. If the request is reasonable, then it has to be, complied with. But if at all there are now issues that come up, then it becomes a management issue. And even then, even if the management route does not solve it, then the employee relations issues kick in. But first of all, trust, there should be trust. And secondly, reasonableness. I think I just wanted to add those. But no policy will cover everything. I don't know if we are responding to your issue.
Thank you, Mr. Miti. Well done to Group 3. You're free. Let me cover my speaker. You did very well. I think, colleagues, we can all agree that when the pandemic hit and we all had to work from home on level 5, in terms of what the group have discussed, technology and resources, I mean, there are colleagues who have been working using desktop at that time. You were not ready to take the desktop home. How do you then continue working? How are you managed? Some of them do not even have a cell phone that is paid by the company in terms of keeping contact. At that time, even the Zoom that we are now acquainted with, even the Teams that we are now getting acquainted with, the muting, unmuting, switching on your video, sharing your screen, at that time was not there. Not to mention that we are still scared by the pandemic, how it's affecting us. So it took a lot emotionally and a lot of adapting. But organization, this is the part of organizational resilience that Group 2 was talking about. How do we then adapt in those? So yes, I do agree with Group 3 when they are saying, in terms of technology, resources, maybe we are not there, slowly but surely, probably we are getting there. But I also like their point when they said the mindset, because even if we were to have the best technology, have the best resources, if you are still stuck behind, you are not going to move forward with the times. If you still feel, no, I want to write it down, I want to sign it in this particular way, then you're not going to be able to adjust with the latest technology. Others do not even want to learn how to use the latest software that we are currently using if you are working from home. So a mindset change is very important, as they've mentioned. I think there was a comment also online. Just give me Colin Barnes or Barnes. There is a comment that came through online from Colin saying property value can only increase or decrease through general valuation or supplementary valuation, MPRA. I think it was touching on the point that as you work from home in terms of the tax. So we are noting that comment. Thanks for that participation. Otherwise, just also touching back on what Ms. Cohen, the presenter of this topic yesterday, she also touched on a point of also keeping in touch with your colleagues when they're at home. Very important, because now you're working alone. There is no Mr. Khaile next to you to say, hey, how can I do this quickly, you know? It's either you need to pick up the call, or if you know what you are doing, then you are just seated there alone in front of a screen. That interaction is important. She even mentioned, even when people leave the organization, We don't even know. Sometimes we hear it through internal communication. No one says, oh, goodbye, you're going, like we used to do it in the office. To keep that, you know, make everyone see that they're still valuable, even though they are working from home. Those interactions are still important. I'm raising points here, so I'm going to take 2 more comments.
Rebecca, I want to find out, I'm not sure, Nes, you mentioned about injury on duty being home. I don't know if the employer has got any control over what you have in your house. And so I'm not sure if that would be covered in terms of, what do you call it, the OSA, Occupational Health and Safety Act. I don't know. One will have to get legal opinion on that, because as the employer, I have no control to say this and that and that and that must happen in your house. But as I say, I'm speaking from a position of not knowing. One must get legal opinion, unless there are guys here who are in the know about that. Thanks.
Noted. Let me just take another one.
Thank you, Rebecca. With regard to Ms. Cohen's presentation and the issue of connecting with people, and when people leave, you know, having virtual retirement celebrations, etc., the whole issue of mental well-being comes into play. And therefore, it becomes even more important that we look at employee wellness. And I know of one organization that throughout the lockdown did wonderful things with their team members to ensure that there was a sense of connectedness. So whereas, you know, we would have like team building sessions or maybe a social or whatever, they did online things. You know, a manager had a budget, got things delivered to people, and then they celebrated little things like art, doing a bit of mandala work, that kind of thing, as a team online, sharing that so that there was that sense of connectedness created, as well as boosted the team spirit. There were awards, etc.
Thank you for that. So colleagues, let's give another round of applause for group 3. And then before I conclude, let me just declare that, or indicate that yesterday, when I sat as we were listening to the presentation, at some point I was worried, because on the floor, each time a speaker was done and they were asking, are there any questions? There was silence. It was only few individuals who would ask questions. So already, because I was thinking ahead to this session, and I was like, I wonder how the group discussions are going to be. And because I work so closely with this province, I'm very familiar with the Western Cape, I'm always at PTI. I was like, I wonder why they're so quiet. But now, what I witness, this is the Western Cape I know. So please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for that session. It was very informative, very eye-opening, and this is what we encourage, sharing of experiences, sharing of practices. We want to learn from each other. With that said, I'm handing over to the program director.
My goodness, I think we need to give Rebecca a very, very big round of applause for an excellent, excellent manner in which, you know, she facilitated this session. We really, really appreciate that. I like her quiet dignity and, you know, the way in which she deals with the issues. While we are noise makers, you know, like myself, I make a lot of noise and so on. She's cool, calm, and collected. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for this session. We're now going to go for break, for lunch. What time should we come back, Rebecca? What time is it now? 10 to 1, all right? Shall we please come back at 10 to 2, ladies and gentlemen? It's now 10 to 1. Let us come back at 10 to 2. When we come back, we're going to be hearing the provincial voice of what's going on in terms of HRD in the province, and then we will take it from there. Thank you so very much. Please enjoy the lunch.
Thank you.
Stimela sihamba ngamalahle sivele dala kubaye sangilahla kwakuqa bathi sizohamba malahle Stimela sihamba ngamalahle sivele dala kubaye sagilahla kwakuqa helele bathi sizohamba malahle helele oh sidlinyule nkomponi yelelebame sihleli njengezinja ebabe emigodini yelelebame sikhalela izihlobo zethu masibuyelele dalaku sikhalela izingane zethu wololo masibuyelele dalaku khalela abazali bethu masibuyelele dalaku khalela abafazi ethu baribelele yenele masibuyelele dalaku Stimela sihamba ngamalahle sivele dala kubaye Stimela sihamba ngamalahle sivele dala kubaye Oh Stimela sihamba ngamalahle sivele
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming back from lunch. I must say those stairs coming up this way are something else. They are so tough, challenging, you know. But thank you very much I hope you had a good lunch. I hope that you enjoyed yourself, and I hope that you enjoyed the sessions before lunch. Now, before we continue, I sometimes, you know, in most of the cases, I believe in telling a person when the person does something good while I have the chance to do so. Since we arrived here yesterday, the gentleman at the corner there, our sound gentleman, I don't know how he does. He's just, the music that he's been giving us is just out of this world. Shall we, what's your name again, sir? Come again? Can we give Clive a big round of applause, really, ladies and gentlemen? Wow. Wow, I'm really impressed. You know, your taste in music is excellent. And we were saying with my colleague, Steve, you know, that, you know, this is wonderful. And I'm not trying to, you know, divulge my age, but, you know, that is the kind of music I love. You know, that's the kind of music I go to. So I have excellent, you know, mementos and memories from the Western Cape, thanks to you, Clive. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come, like my colleague Rebecca was saying, the most important section. It might not be very, very long, but it's the most important section where we hear the provincial voice, where we hear what's going on in the province in terms of human resource development. And who better to give it to us than a friend, a brother, a colleague, a confidant, a gentleman, a man I've known for quite a long time. I have been the head of the Free State Academy for a long time, and he has been the head of the Western Cape Academy, so we come a long way. You know, only he and I have got our signatures at the National School of Government when it was fully opened. You know, when it was officially opened, we went and represented our provinces there and signed, you know, the pledge of support to the National School of. So he and I are part and parcel of the National School of Government. They can't wish us away. We are here for the rest of our lives. Please help me to give a good, warm welcome to this gentleman, Stephen Ndoisilemiti, as he comes to present to us.
Thank you, AB, as I call him, Mr. Khaile. Indeed, we come a long way. Colleagues, on your programs, you see that this must be done by Frida, and I am definitely not Frida. So I'll do my best to make this as short as possible, and I will be assisted later on by my friend and colleague Nes, who will also come and do a part of the presentation. If you can go to the next slide, please. And I'm not going to read through every slide. I'm going to talk to the slides more often than read from the slides. Is that okay? Because that will save time. Now, the contents of my presentation will be, I'll first of all give you what is the purpose of the presentation and locate skills development within the provincial strategic plan of the Western Cape, as well as the recovery plan. Share some information about the reconfiguration of the Provincial Training Institute. Talk about the future skill strategy that we are also busy with, and give some highlights of HRD activities within the province, from those from education, from health, and also skills development reports. Now, every quarter we submit skills development reports to the Human Resource Development Council. Now, that is done by our colleagues at Department of Economic Development and Tourism. They couldn't be here, but I just took a summary of what we present every quarter to the Human Resource Development Council. Remember that within the province, we've got a human resource, we've got a skills, what do they call it in the province? It's a skills council. Yeah, it's a skills council that is chaired by the Premier. Twice a year, they meet with business, and the Premier is the chair of that council. And we also submit reports to that skills council. So I'm just going to give you a summary of what we submit to the Human Resource Development Council. It's not possible for me to give you in detail what we submit there, but what I think we should do, I'll just get from the register the names of everybody who was in this conference or seminar, and I'll forward those to you. So what I will be giving you will be a summary of what we submit to the Human Resource Development Council. Then ICT training, Nes being the head of the ICT training out in Kales River, she will do that part of the ICT training at the end of my presentation. Right, next slide please. Now the purpose of the presentation is to provide a report on the reconfiguration of the Western Cape Provincial Training Institute, including the establishment of a innovation hub. We are busy establishing that, so I'll give you some information. To provide a report on the progress that we have made thus far about the Future Fit Skill Strategy, and to give you some highlights of those areas that I've spoken about. Next slide, please. Okay. First of all, where do we locate skills development within the Western Cape? We are not doing it in a vacuum. We are doing it within a specific framework. And then the next slide will indicate that. Now, this is the Western Cape Government vision and what we call vision-inspired priorities. Now, the skills development within the province is located within this framework of the vision, which is a safe Western Cape, where everyone prospers, and the VIPs, as we call them, vision-inspired priorities. The first one, safe and cohesive communities. The second VIP, growth and jobs. The third VIP, empowering people. The fourth one, mobility and spatial transformation. And the fifth one, within which we are located as training, is innovation and culture. So whatever I'm going to say now is located within that framework of the vision and the VIPs. Next slide, we'll talk about, I also spoke about the recovery plan. Now the PSP, or the Provincial Strategic Plan, is for 2019 to 2024, if I'm not mistaken. 2019 to 2024. Then after it was, I think COVID hit us after it had been adopted, and then the province came up with a recovery plan. The recovery plan has got those four aspects: COVID recovery, creation of jobs, safety, and well-being. And those, in the middle of those, is to ensure the dignity of all the citizens within the province. So as our contribution to the safety plan is to create jobs for the youth. That's why we've got interns. It's part of the safety plan, as well as to provide internal bursaries and skills training. Right, next slide. Now, VIP 5. If you can go back to the previous slide. Again, one more. VIP 5 is the one at the bottom. What's that color? Sometimes, guys are colorblind. What's the color there at the bottom? Pink. The pink. That is VIP 5. And we operate within VIP 5, which is innovation and culture. Well, the color, is it the same color as it is here? Okay, so the colors are not the same. We only see the color in the middle screen here. So the bottom part, innovation and culture, that is what is called VIP 5. So when I speak about VIP 5, that's what I'm referring to. Okay, now go 2 slides forward. Now, VIP 5, innovation and culture, the problem areas that were highlighted there, and how we mitigate those problems. Problem number 1 is there's an inward-focused organizational culture in the Western Cape. That was a problem statement. And a mitigation to mitigate that, a focus area was created called citizen-centric culture. That focus area is led by the Department of the Premier. The second one, the second problem statement for VIP 5 is that innovation exists, but it is not fully embedded within the province. So what was done to address that problem? A focus area was established called Innovation for Impact. It is also led by the Department of the Premier. The third problem statement, there is limited integration across the spheres of government and with external partners. So we realized that there is no integration. Hence, the focus area was created called Integrated Service Delivery. And that one, the lead department is local government. The fourth one, governance is primarily driven by compliance processes. There's no innovation. And the mitigation or the focus area was governance transformation. It's led by the Department of the Premier and Provincial Treasury. The fifth one, and I have made it yellow because that's where we feature, it's talent and staff development is not responsive to the changing world of work. That was the problem statement. How do we address it? Talent and staff development. That is where we are located, led by the Department of the Premier. The sixth problem statement was developed about 2 months ago, long after the rest. So it came in later. There is lack of strategic foresight, lack of anticipatory governance, lack of better anticipation, and lack of future-proofing. So what did we do? We created a focus area called transversal foresight, and it is led by Provincial Treasury. Right, so colleagues, what I'm going to talk about is now located in this, and it is addressing those problem statements, right? Next one, reconfiguration of the PTI. Why reconfiguration? First of all, we are in the 21st century world of work, and we have to shift towards the future. So to address current challenges about the world of work, it cannot be business as usual. Hence, the reconfiguration. Secondly, the challenges brought about by COVID-19 and the fourth industrial revolution. Other people even talk about the fifth industrial revolution now. The challenges brought about and global connectivity issues, the smart machines and the new media, we've got to change our game. It can't be business as usual. Hence, we have to reconfigure. The third one, new and innovative learning methodologies, techniques, and technology. We must come up with those. Therefore, can't be business as usual. That is why we are reconfiguring. The fourth one, it's about citizen centricity. We know that one of the objectives of the Western Cape government is to be citizen-centric. And in order to be citizen-centric, we've got to change the way we do things. And the last one, we need to be strategically aligned to unlock value and to modernize learning within the province. Now, these are the reasons why we have to reconfigure, because of current developments, and we can't remain in the past. We must look forward. What did you say, Mr. Khaile? Bounce forward. So by reconfiguring, we are bouncing forward. We want to improve. All right? Next slide, please. So the contextual positioning and strategic alignment, reconfiguration, okay. What do we do? Press on. Strategic alignment, We are aligned to the national skills development and HRD imperatives. I mentioned the provincial strategic plan, VIP5. We have to be aligned to that and to the focus area, talent and staff development and provincial recovery plan. Next one. The Western Cape government says people management strategy and values. We are aligned to that as well. Next one, just press 2 times. And the last one, press again. It's taking time, this one in the middle. Right. So COVID-19 I've mentioned, and the future world of work and learning, and the 4th and 5th industrial revolution. So colleagues, that is the context within which we are reconfiguring the PTI. Next slide, please. What is the progress to date? We had a report that was issued on the 15th of March, 2021, and I am prepared to send it to anyone who doesn't have it yet or wants to have it. In that report, we analyzed the present state of affairs within the province. We analyzed what is the desired state. We analyzed what is the gaps that we need to address. Towards a reconfigured PTI model, we've got 5 strategic priorities. The PTI as an innovation facilitation hub framework was developed, and we also are looking at what are the low-hanging fruit. What can we implement immediately? Right? So we've got those 5 strategic priorities. Strategic priority 1 is to design and deliver a curriculum that addresses future skills and competencies. That's our priority number 1. A curriculum that addresses current and future competencies. Strategic priority number 2, to adopt a new learning and development approach. Number 3, identify the skills that future ETDPs or facilitators would require. Number 4, to aid in bringing about organizational culture. Number 5, to contribute to the Western Cape Government Recovery Plan. So those are the 5 focus areas that we are trying to address in this reconfiguration. Let me talk a bit about establishing an innovation hub at the PTI. Why? Plans are well advanced to establish an innovation hub, and there is earmarked funding that we have been given. For this financial year, we have been given 3 million just to kickstart the process of establishing the innovation hub as well as reconfiguring the PTI. And in the next year, there's funds up to 2024 that we have been given to kickstart this process, to reconfigure the PTI and establish the innovation hub. We are collaborating with all focus areas. The main partner in this regard is focus area number 2, innovation for impact. Now, yesterday we were welcomed here by Marcia Korsten. I work closely with Marcia Korsten because she is the innovation strategist for the province. So we work closely together with Marcia to establish the innovation hub as the lead for innovation in the province. And what are the objectives? To support and enable the Western Cape vision and the VIPs and recovery plan, to create a thinking space for everyone in the province. And by the way, colleagues, the PTI we are now opening up. In the past, it was inwardly focused. We were only dealing with public servants from the Western Cape. We are now going to open it up to deal even with the public. Local government, we are going into partnership with local government. Somebody spoke about training of councillors earlier on. We will be very much involved in that project. Not only training of councillors, even SOEs that want to make use of our services. So we are going to not be inwardly focused as before. We are now going to be inward as well as outward. Okay? So that is the reason for establishing this hub. So we want thinking space. a space to brainstorm and bring forth innovative solutions to complex problems, and to be a repository of innovative solutions. A department might have a problem, and they might want to know, has this problem been addressed before? They will come to us first and say, do you have a solution to this particular problem? We will be the repository to say, yes, a solution exists. Such a department had this problem, and this is how they solved it. Currently, we don't have that. You might want to solve a problem that was solved 5 years ago, and you spend lots of resources trying to find a solution, whereas a solution exists already. Okay? Right, the PTI is an innovation hub. The framework, I'm not going to go through these 3 areas. Innovation through learning and development. You will be able to read through those. Innovation through research, networking and partnering. And the Western Cape Government innovation through service delivery solutions. So those are the 3 aspects that we are looking at. Innovation through learning and development, innovation through research and networking and partnering, innovation through service delivery solutions. And colleagues, we are in partnership with a number of universities who are assisting us in this effort to establish an innovation hub to reconfigure the training institute. That is why we are talking about partnering. We can't do it alone. We are going to work with our universities as our partners. Next one. Now, what are the low-hanging fruit? In other words, what is it that we can implement immediately? About the recovery plan, we are already appointing interns. In terms of safety and dignity, various human rights learning opportunities, and enhancement of the innovation in the Western Cape. The Innovation Facilitation Hub, the framework has been developed. We are networking and partnering, I've mentioned that. We are embedding innovation through the PTI curricula. We are delivering and procuring innovation-directed learning programs. And lastly, enhancement of PTI online capability. The fiber internet connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got good news for the guys at the PTI. On Tuesday next week, this coming Tuesday, they will be connecting the fiber. It's been a huge challenge, and at last, a solution is being found. So next week, Tuesday, there will be a huge hula baloo at Cromaria, not next week, but the other week. The premier could be coming there, the DG, some HODs, just to make a huge hype about this innovation center that we are establishing there. We are also appointing a service provider to assist us with the reconfiguration and with the establishment of the innovation hub. So we are going to kickstart it in a big way. Not next week, the week after. You will be informed. Right? The way forward. Our external expertise, I did mention that we are going to appoint an external service provider who is going to assist us. This process will be finalized this coming Monday of appointing the service provider. Because we want a fresh perspective from outside, we want advanced world-class and forward-looking learning and development, expertise in business architecture, a position of neutrality to integrate collective internal expertise with external expertise, and to seamlessly incorporate work done internally into the eventual implementation roadmap. And as I said, we are in partnership with our universities as well. Right? So, as I said, just to summarize, the desired state has been defined, the gap analysis has been completed, the reconfiguration PTI model has been completed. We are now developing or crafting a roadmap. And lastly, the reconfiguration pilot will be completed early next year and implemented from 2023. All right. The next item, ladies and gentlemen, the future fit skills. I did mention digital transformation and the fourth industrial revolution, which have an impact on training. Then with the need for developing new skills at speed and scale, as well as retraining and or upskilling the workers. Next slide. The intention of the future fit skills strategy within the context of national skills development legislation, I did mention that. And the long-term outcomes is to stimulate innovation and future referenced competencies and skills in partnership with stakeholders to enhance citizen-centric service delivery. Next one. The purpose of this strategy is to adapt the Western Cape skills development efforts to take advantage of opportunities and to prepare the public servants for the future demands in their work environment. A key driving force is to improve the effectiveness, efficiency, and skills development system with a future fit professional public servant in mind. And then the National Skills Development Strategy, we are also looking at that, current and future career paths, career development, and promoting sustainable employment and in-work progression. Next one. The methodology, we established work streams. Those are the work streams, as you can see, training needs analysis, right up to monitoring and evaluation. We used an achievement model. What is the achievement model? We analyze the current situation, we visualize the future, we determine the key milestones, we engage with other, and we implement. That is the achievement model that we used. Then the key findings, integrated training needs analysis has been made, design and delivery, the curriculum, the transversal training program is expanded. Lastly, the reskilling and upskilling, as I said earlier on. Next one. Enhance monitoring and evaluation, enhance youth development programs, and also create partnerships. The last one I want to emphasize on the last one there, development of a skills audit solution. We are currently busy with a framework to do a skills audit, but we will only look at senior managers. And next year, we will roll it out to other levels. Right, colleagues, people development initiatives in other areas. The training supply, the ability is now more difficult, but the training needs have increased. So let us start with education. What is happening in education? They've got public service bursaries, as you can see there. They've got bursaries for teachers and internship programs. Those are the highlights. Then they've got presidential youth employment initiatives where 19,000 education assistants and general schools assistants were appointed in 1,514 schools across the province. And the various subcategories of these presidential youth employment initiatives, classroom support for teachers, readiness, reading champions to assist learners in the foundation phase, care and support for workers, handyman, and ICT support. Then they've also got management and leadership development. They've got executive coaching for senior managers and time to think for senior managers and middle managers. So the Innovation Hub will assist them in the time to think aspect. Next one. And they also have psychosocial support interventions. And we all know about the Cape Teaching and Leadership Institute out in Kales River, where they upskill principals and the school management teams. Then the highlights, Department of Health. There's the Western Cape College of Nursing, where they've got diplomas, which they offer to their nurses. There are 3 campuses, one in Athlone, one in George, and the other one in Worcester. They provide undergraduate and postgraduate training of nurses for all of those qualifications that are stated there, and they are accredited. Then there's the College of Emergency Care, or the CEC, which is located at Tygerberg Hospital. What do they do there? They provide in-service training and formal EMS qualifications, emergency medical services. Then they also have the corporate campus, which is managed by the Directorate People Development, supported by corporate subject matter experts. So there are those three campuses. Then the People Development Center, it's a regional training center, and where they've got online training courses. They have reached 90% of staff within the Department of Health in the Western Cape, offered COVID training to other departments, and reported training to the National Department of Health, and also they do COVID tracing. Then the vaccination training, as you can see there, the totals. This was the information as it was received last week. Maybe those numbers have gone up now. That's the vaccinator dashboard. Next one. Then lastly, in terms of health, the intake planned for 1 April, I think that should be 1 April 2020 to 1 July 2020, there was no intake because of COVID. And then they've got some statistics there about the appointments, about admin interns, emergency medical officers, forensic pathology, and the mortuary assistants. For the first time, Department of Health had to appoint interns to help at mortuaries. It's obvious why. For the first time. Okay, next one. And then those are the bursaries that are offered at the Department of Health. 221 maintenance bursaries and total full-time bursaries, part-time bursaries, and those are the statistics that they provided us with. Right? The last slide, I think, is that People Development facilitates the placement of professional health interns and community service health professionals to meet the statutory requirements to complete their training in collaboration with the National Department of Health and internal stakeholders. And those are the statistics: medical interns, pharmacist interns, medical officers, nurses, and so on. And I think I have spoken to those areas that are on this slide. I don't want to repeat. Training of community governance structures. There are clinic committees and hospital boards where they get normal, ordinary citizens to come and sit on those boards on a voluntary basis. And there's capacity strengthening of these health governance structures. They train them. And lastly, the challenges with the program were exacerbated by COVID, and it includes those aspects that have been mentioned there. Right, then some highlights about the reports that we submit to the Human Resource Development Council. We submit reports based on those programs. Program 1, Foundation Education with Science, Technology, Engineering, Mathematics, Language and Life Skills. We give them statistics about how many foundation education centers are established, how many learners take science, how many learners take those technology, how many take engineering and math, even at TVET colleges, which is program 2. We give them information about the statistics at all our universities and TVET colleges in the Western Cape. And then number 3, it's universities, training, research and innovation. Program 4, it's a skills for the transformed society and economy using workplace as a platform. And program 5, developmental capable state. So every quarter, we submit reports on all of those aspects. Right at this point in time, I want to call Nes to come and conclude the presentation, and then we can ask for questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I can't actually see. No, I can't see. I'm going to have to take the mic. Yes, okay, good afternoon. Let me just take this off. Okay, so my name, I'm going to reintroduce myself. I'm Naz Lala, and I am the services manager for the ICT training unit. And we are based or located within the branch e-innovation within the department of the Premier. So many of you are aware, and to those of you who are not aware, so this branch is responsible for IT services to the Western Cape government. And so what that means is that the branch that I'm in, we enable all IT services within the Western Cape government, which, as you can imagine, is a massive, massive responsibility. So what we do in my unit is we are responsible for, okay, so what I'm going to be speaking to you about today is really the innovative approach that we had used within my unit regarding digitally empowered employees. But what I would like to do in speaking to this is really to go back to what the principal of the NSG said yesterday, which was so powerful when he started the proceedings yesterday, where he spoke about the government worker who needs Excel training. Because that is our story, and that is what I want to share with you. So when we speak about that digitally empowered employee, what I would like to share with you today is really what does that exactly mean for all of us in the Western Cape sitting around that table, and also to the other provinces and the NSG, just to highlight what it is that we do and why this work is so important, or is deemed so important, certainly to us. Okay. And I promise you, I've got 3, maybe 4 slides. So it's really not going to, I'm very mindful of the fact that this is the graveyard shift. Okay. So I've spoken about who it is that we are. So when I speak about the fact that government employee sitting there, what we do is we offer that employee these services. And these are the Microsoft Office suite, as well as the productivity tools. And so when we say that person must be able to use Excel to do their work, what we do is to ensure that that person has the skill sets to use that particular tool to do their work. But it's more than only being able to use Excel, because when it comes to IT, there can be resistance, there can be anxiety, there can be all of those things. So what we do is we try to ensure that the technology tools that are made available to our staff, that they are comfortable and familiar enough to use it. Why? So that they can deliver the service that they are supposed to. We cannot have service delivery hampered because there's a lack of skill in using the technology. That's what we do in my unit, but our branch, we do the end-to-end. So it's enabling the infrastructure, the tools itself, all of those things. That is what the branch does. So, and this was brought home to us very, very closely during the COVID pandemic, because that employee sitting there needing to use Excel, they might have used manual processes to manage data. Suddenly, that person was confronted with having to do their work managing data from home. But they were not skilled enough to do that. And so this this is what, this is the kind of thing that we do. The next slide, okay. So when I speak about the ICT training unit, I'm just going to speak to you about the various components that make up my unit and how all that has enabled us to roll out the various training options that we do have. So, which is in the Microsoft Office suite, and then also critically the productivity tools, because it was those productivity tools and the training that we had provided in that that enabled staff doing remote working to actually go ahead and do that. Okay, so we have the, you can just, so we have all of it, yeah? Okay, it's quite small. Okay, so firstly, we are about the people in the unit, and also the people that we serve within the Western Cape government. And so we have built very strong relationships with our internal and external stakeholders, our PTE being one of those. And we also, in terms of our processes, we also utilize the Moodle Learning Management System. Because we are rolling out online training, we have to use the learning management system to organize that and to be the foundation for what it is that we do. And so we use Moodle quite extensively. I'm very happy to report. And part of the training that we do provide is the use of MS Teams to roll out our training. We've also realized that you know, when COVID hit and we had to transition very rapidly from face-to-face into online, we also realized that whereas we were filling seats with face-to-face training, when it came to online training, we weren't getting as many people signing up for our courses, even though it was really critical things like MS Teams. And we had to go back to the drawing board, and we had to look at, but why? And then we realized that the face-to-face was a personal interaction within a training environment that staff found quite intimidating, and they were quite anxious about technology. And so we had to find ways to negate that anxiety. And that is why we came up with the use of webinars as an orientation and an induction into the online training. So staff first do a webinar, which we present, and from there they are led into doing the training online. And once we did that, we could see that more and more staff were subscribing to our training courses. And then there's also, even though I've delineated it in this way, there's also quite a number of overlaps because in terms of technology, as I've said, we've used the Moodle Learning Management System. That is our platform. Within that, it's the Office software, Microsoft Office, the productivity tools. And also, we've had to move into a place where my team that they are using, that they are also developing courses in-house. And for that, we use specialized software, with Captivate being one of them. Some of my team have also learned to upskill themselves looking at YouTube videos and finding out how to do a particular course development. And we've adopted the principle from, I won't say from when, in our past, because it will give you my age quite, but the each one teach one principle. So as staff are upskilling themselves, they were then teaching others in the component as well. So what the work that we do is grounded within strategy and policy. And even though we are digitally transforming, you know, my branch is leading the whole Western Cape digital government strategy. We operationalizing that into the digital transformation plan. And so there's this whole focus and drive around that. And what we do is fully aligned in terms of strategy and policy to the digital government strategy, as well as the Future Fit strategy of PTE, and what OD is doing in terms of behavior change and so on. So all that we do is also giving effect to those strategies and policies as well. Excitingly, one of the things, or some of the things that we are currently busy with within the unit is we are looking at, also emanating from the PTE Futures Fit Skills Strategy, is the use of mobile learning as well as artificial intelligence. So my team, they're actually busy now with looking at or developing the use of chatbot so that when you have questions about our courses, it means that I don't need to have staff who's answering your questions. We are looking to use the chatbot to answer that. That frees up our staff so that they can focus on other things. So we're actually in the process of that development at the moment. And also mobile learning. My team have been presenting workshops in terms of mobile learning to Western Cape government staff. Then, in terms of the way we were structured, we also learned that the very hierarchical structure that we have, all of us have it within government, but with COVID, we had to find different configurations and we had to work cross-functionally within the unit so that we could get our courses developed and so that we could deliver on that mandate that we have and so that client who needed that Excel training, that they could still receive it. And part of that was, whilst we were doing our course development, we used off-the-shelf packages as a temporary measure, but we wanted to build the capacity within my unit to develop course content, online course content. And in that way, we have complete control over whatever it is that we're offering to the Western Cape. And the training that we do offer, as I said, it's basic computer literacy. It's the Office suite, so it's your Word, Excel. You know, these are considered to be such basic courses. And I think every one of us around the table, we think we know how to use these packages, but not everyone within government knows how to use it. And so we've realized increasingly that there is this demand for those particular courses as well. And then there's the productivity tools, which I have mentioned, which is Teams, the OneDrive training, as well as Planner. The use of OneDrive, the training for that, was brought home to me personally when my laptop was damaged. And fortunately, because of OneDrive, it meant that I was still able to access information. But if we don't have that facility or we don't know how to use it, it means that if something happens to your laptop, look, the equipment is one thing which can be replaced. What is irreplaceable is the information. So, and then data analytics, we offer that because you know that there is a move towards data, the manipulation of data, the use of data, for decision making. And so that is one of the critical courses that we are offering, and the demand for that particular course is growing and growing. And as I've mentioned before, we use the webinars. So when we sit around and we think about what are we going to offer and how are we going to offer it, we have a persona in mind. There is that admin person, maybe in the Department of Health. There is an educator in the WCED. And so courses that we offer, the WCED is customized courses aimed at educators. They'll do a Word course with us, but the course is adapted so that they can implement in the classroom. So, and then the services that we do offer, we are, because of the kind of work that we do, because of our knowledge and experience with the Moodle learning management system, we are often called upon to advise and to guide and consult us. And that is because of the knowledge base that we have built within the training unit. So I wanted to showcase the work that we do in the unit, for you, so that you are aware of the fact that there is a training unit within the WCEG, fully aligned to what PTE is doing, but with a very specific focus in terms of the training that we develop. And this is almost a case study, if you will, and bearing in mind that that client, that the principal, I don't think the principal of the NSG, you please must convey to him what an impact that statement had, that that person to whom he had referred is actually our client. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Nes. Mr. Khaile, because of the work that we do and the work that Nes and the unit does, there's a very close working relationship. And it's their branch that is now installing the fiber into the campus at PTI. And so we work closely with them. And colleagues, for your information, because I said we want to be citizen-centric, we even want to establish an access center at Kromaria. You know that we've got that die-stala after, what do you call it? Die-ban. The ban that is normally used by the community. We are actually going to use that as an access center for the community in that area to access government services, so that we are part of the community. Hence the word citizen-centric. We want to love that. Colleagues, that is it. Chair, from our side, we will take questions, we will take comments, we will take compliments. Right? Colleagues, any questions? Any comments? I'm sorry that we had to run through it, but it was just, to give you an idea of what we do. And when we have the time, we are going to meet then as a province to share this information again with you at a slower pace than we have done this afternoon. Thank you.
Oh, come on. You can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. We can really do better than that. Really, what a wonderful way to end the seminar. I want to thank the colleagues, Dr. Shezi and the colleagues, because in the manner that they set up this program, it ends on us hearing from the province, and that is brilliant thinking. And I really want to thank you so very much. Excellent presentation. We now see what is possible, what can be done, and I hope that many other provinces will also follow in that regard. When I was still the head of the academy, I used to depend a lot on him and say, look, I've got to do this and this. What can I do? How do you do that? And really, he has never been selfish not to give information. One more time to the colleagues for the presentation. Right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Thamsanqa Shezi to close off and to give a vote of thanks and to close off this seminar. It has been wonderful, but I don't know whether Tiago is here. Is she outside? Yes. Can she just come in, please? Before Dr. Shezi comes, I just want to thank them both, because I know that when they thank other people, nobody thanks them. So we've got to start with them first. It has been wonderful, and we really appreciate the time that we have been given. Dr. Shezi, can you please come forward, Diego? Before before Dr. Shezi closes, I wanted to thank both of you, for the opportunity that you have created. There's a lady with the purse, the person who has the money to pay for all of these things, and this is the gentleman who is leading the whole thing. Shall we please give them a big round of applause for this work? Thank you so very, very much. We really appreciate whatever you have done, really from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so very much. Over to you, Dr. Shezi.
Should I use this one? Oh, okay. Program Director, thank you. The task at hand is to have a vote of thanks. First, to our gracious host, Stephen Meti, and your PA, please convey our sincere thanks for the wonderful way you worked with our team, the Secretariat, in terms of pulling this through. Thank you very much, Chief. The EU representative, Diego, has already been thanked graciously. We thank you. Then I work with the Secretariat colleagues, Precious and Rebecca. They are the strength behind, as they say, behind every, please come ladies so that they see you. You know Rebecca. Precious is at the back, I think. Where is Precious? Oh, there is the lady there at the back. As they say, behind every successful man, there is a good woman behind. What is strange, though, is they don't want you to take it to its natural conclusion. Remember, if behind every successful man there is a successful woman, you should be able to, good businesses expand, isn't it? So you should be allowed to open more branches. Doesn't it make sense? You want to be successful, you get a good, successful woman, isn't it? You want to be more successful, what should you do? You need to expand. Some things just defy logic. You come with logic, no, hang on here. What are you saying? So these ladies have been very good at what they do, colleagues. Then, of course, we have our technicians. Zenzele, where is Zenzele? It's a very big man there. There you see him. Very big. He's the power behind the technology and our technician, and of course the hotel technician. Thank you, colleagues, for assisting us in this. Then the presenters themselves, were they not good? They were very good. The presenters who presented for us, in particular the very early morning presenter, oh, those guys are good. Those guys are good. Thank you. And the program directors, Dr. Isis Mangaliso and our famous panel of experts. The finesse with which they carried through the program, it's wonderful. And then yourselves, delegates, for being with us up to this time. Very disciplined. On a Friday, you see people, I don't know whether it has anything to do with Stephen being here, but it was very good. And I'm sure, what time is it now? It's 5 to 3. And I'm sure, because of the ethical presentation, we realize that if it's 5 to 3, we should knock off at 4:30, So we know what to do when we come out here, don't we? We know what to do. Let's do the right thing. If we come here, we knock off at 4:30, let's do the right thing, colleagues. Back to our offices, finish that 1.5 hour diligently. Keep the public sector moving forward. Forward. I can see in your faces that say, hey, is he mad? Otherwise, enjoy your day. It's been a wonderful experience to be in the Western Cape. Be alive, keep those pharmaceutical preventative measures so that we meet with COVID. Can I then ask, they are reminding me here that I need to do something. Okay. Mr. Miti, please, they want you up here. You may have to declare, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, thank
Oh.
you. Thank you so much.
All of you.